Does he look sharp?
Good luck. Good match.
Good match. never seen this position. sure you can hear me. All right, everyone. Hello. My name is Alex Asagian, joining for the commentary. Just a moment, I'll pull up the chat here. All right, we are at the Charlotte Invitational. Welcome to everyone. All right. Hello to everyone in the chat. Strong Arm, Cariptano, John, Gamalielson, Bill Riles, BTBK, Gigi, uh, saw Matt Congai earlier. So welcome everyone. We're at the Charlotte Invitational. This is the ABT Championship Round 1. My name is Alex Asagian. It's a pleasure to be with you. If you like backgammon, you can join my channel. Lots of great stuff there. Just look up Alex Backgammon on YouTube. So this is the first round of the ABT Championship event between Petko Kostadinov and Costa Lekas. They're playing on a beautiful Chrysloid board. Petko is playing the dark blue checkers at the top, Costa the light blue checkers at the bottom. 9-point match. At this point, Petco leads 5-0, so 4 away, 9 away. All right, after some development, Petco rolls a 3-1. So hit and then just play 6-5. That spreads out your builders, helps you attack a little bit better. Now 4-1 for Costa. Not a great roll. There's not a lot of productive things that you can do. You can play 13-8, or you can play 8-4 and then lift. This takes away the tempo, which means it takes away half the opponent's roll, so they can't use the full roll. So now Petco has a 5-2 from the bar. He can come in with the 5 and then hit with the 2, but he only has 8 in the zone. He strips his structure. The other alternative is to do this, come in deep, and then unstack the midpoint, add a spare to the 8-point. I like this a lot because it gives you a nice, relatively robust position, which means every point on your side has a spare. So if you're going to use that checker to attack, you're not going to break the point. So this one does have merit as well. He has 4s. Thank you, Marianne. Happy to see you. 4-3. Great roll. So he's going to come in there, and it's a matter of whether he wants to anchor or hit a second checker. Does want to anchor. Double 6. Can't come in. So for new players that may be watching, you must come in with the checker if it's on the bar before playing anything else. And with double 6, he can't come in, so he loses the roll. Now Costa doubles to 2. Petco takes. Double 3 is a great roll. So that's 2. And now, he is up in the race, so he can consider making the 18-point anchor. You can also bring 2 down to make the 10 point. That leaves 2 builders for the 4 point, giving you 6-2, double 2, double 3, and double 6 to make that point. But then you're going to be stripped, and the back checkers will be a little disconnected. I know bringing the checkers down will help win more gammons, but I feel it's at the cost of too many games. Hello, Philip Salnave from Miami. Welcome. So he can bring one all the way. That'll give a builder for the ace point to attack that one. And then he still has a spare on the midpoint. When you have a lot of stripped points on the outside, it's very inflexible. Double 3, they are playing dice on
For
checkers.
a novice
Can't
division,
come in, so
obviously
now
we have
6-5. Good roll. You make the point on head,
suckers.
not because you want to make the ace point, but because you want to prevent him from anchoring. 5-1, can't come in. Double 5. So you bring that, and you bring 2. That's too far. Yeah, there you go. And now you can't bring that off the 16. You give the double 4 joker. So I would just bring another one down, 13-8. Three, 2 comes in with 1. So now Costa wants to attack with 1s, 4s, and 6s. Costa. Thank you, Costa. Double 4, he makes the point, and he hits. Okay. This is going to win him a lot of gammons and possibly backgammons. You really think about backgammons when you close out 4 checkers on the bar. 3-2 can't come in. I mean, can't cover unless he breaks the 5 point, which I don't think you want to do. So I think you can play to the 13. That way you avoid double 2s. Petco's looking for a 2, doesn't get it. Double 5. Okay, that seals the deal. 2, 3, and put a spare on the 6 point. Petco doesn't need to worry right now because he has an anchor on the 25 point. 4-1, he'll come in and probably slide 6-5. When you have that spare on the 6 point, it allows you to keep the full closed board longer. But you don't need it here, and that would have given some awkward rolls, 6-5, double 5, double 6. Now 6-5 is okay. 5-2, I think you just clear the 6 point. So this is going for backgammons, but if you roll like a 6-1, 5-1, it's awkward. Well, if you did it before, 2 off gets you much closer to backgammon territory. Backgammon get him 6 points, so he'll be leading 4-way, 5-way. That's a big deal. 4-3 can't come in. All right, Costa rolls a 4-1. Again, clearing. Okay. You could also play 4 off and 3-2. That keeps a 5 point board. Basically, what you do is you're trying to increase the likelihood of dancing if you're trying to win a backgammon. 6-2 comes in with 1. 3-2. Now you take 2 off because having 4 on the 4 point is safe, and it keeps the 4 point board for longer, and that increases the backgammons without risking single losses or gammon losses, risking gammon wins. 6-4 comes in with 1. Double 4. Great roll. Bears off 4 checkers. Petco's gonna want to come in. 4-2. Okay, so he's gonna do the PR trick, keeping at least 1 checker in Costa's board. This gives you decisions to save the backgammon. So bring one out. Doesn't really matter. So basically, you keep that checker on the 19 point until Costa has 4 or fewer checkers left. So you can keep it for another one. Yes, Edward, the bar is the 25 point. 5-2. Okay, so now Petco is going to come out. We've got a few more decisions for the PR, and now the gammon is Jin. Have you heard that one, Ed? 25 point anchor. Do you like it? So now it's 5-4. So Petco's leading 4-way, 5-way, and now it's within a 5-point match. Now, 4-way, 5-way is the only score in a 5-point match where the leader can double more aggressively than otherwise in both gammonish positions and in non-gammonish positions. Hello, Amy Latek. Welcome. So Coast opens with a 4-2 and making the 4-point. Petco splits with a 4-3 and brings the checker down. 3-1 is a great roll. He's going to make the 5-point on head. Now Costa has the rack, 4, 5, and 6 points. That's a term coined by Bill Roberti in his 3-volume series. So now he's going to play safe because of that strong board, but Costa doesn't have a lot of checkers in the zone to attack. However, Petco's position on the other side is very inflexible with a 6 checker on the 6 point and then the 4 on the midpoint. And he does have 2 back checkers, Petco split, which is good. It's only things like a 6-4, double 6 is great. So I think certainly make the bar point, and then what happens if you make the ace point on head? You have 2 checkers on the 1 and 2 checkers on the 24. That's called an overextended position. You can't move the checkers on the ace point, and now you're going to have to deal with 2 glued on the 24 point. So I think I would make the 18 point here, and then get ready to double. Yeah, I like it. Tell me what you guys think in the chat. There's a little bit of a delay. So let me know what play you would do, and let me know the role for the player, because there's a delay and I won't know which one you're talking about. Hey, Joe Urso, how are you doing? Joe, are you at the tournament? I suspect not. If you want to join for live commentary, we could probably do it. Yeah, 0-1 back game. You've got to have 2 checkers on the bar, Matt. So you have the anchor on the 0. 3-1. Okay, great roll for Petco. Makes the 22-point anchor. Michi calls it a butterfly anchor because originally in the early game you want to make it, but later on you want to break it. Double 3. Okay, so that's a good roll. He's going to bring 2 down and stack. Still like the double there. I think Joe Costa didn't double because he didn't have many checkers in the zone. That's at least that's what I suspect. 6-1. Bear with me for just a moment. I'm trying to improve the resolution on my screen. Okay, I couldn't seem to improve the resolution. Oh, it looks like they have the video of me too. I didn't realize that. My volume is low. Thank you for letting me know. Let's see what I can do. It's a little closer. Okay, I changed my microphone, so please let me know if that's better. So the double pass, now it's four-way. At Mesich calls four-way the platinum score because you can win the entire match with a double gammon. So there's some strong cubes by either side at four-way in gammonish positions. However, in non-gammonish positions, the taker has strong recubes. So 3-1, he can make his 5-point or continue and hit on the outside. 6-4. I might have considered hitting on the 20. I don't know. What do you guys think? All right. So he comes out and hits with a 6-2, 2-1. Think you come in on the 2. Yeah, that's a good point, Joe. When you have the rack and your opponent has nothing, indicator to double. Very good. So he comes in with the 2. Now Petco's thinking about doubling. He has 1 checker, almost escaped, while Costa has 3 checkers back. But the stripped 8-point and the stacked midpoint are going to be an issue to do anything on this roll. So he takes a roll, plays the 4-3 to 9-point. 5-2, good roll for Costa. Comes out and hits on a 16-point. Now Petco's on the bar against the 2-point board. Double 4. Wow. 1, 2, and I think you make the rack. Oh, he's looking at how many checkers there are. Oh, thank you. The volume is better. Good. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for your feedback. Let me know anything you like. He's going to bring 2 more down. Yeah, he could have made the 4-point, but that would break. You have no presence in your outfield, and the midpoint would remain stacked. So now Costa has a 4-1. He comes in with the 4 and must hit to prevent Petco from attacking on his own 4-point. Double 5 can't come in. Thank you to everyone's feedback. Also, please say hello in the chat. Let me know where you're joining us from. 3-2 covers his 4-point and anchors on the 21-point. Good roll for Costa. 6-5 with 3 back checkers. It's going to be hard for him to cube. 5-4. So can't do anything with the back checkers. 5-4 for Petco. Getting closer, but he has 3 back checkers to deal with. 6-1, so I guess you make the bar point. What's plan B? Hey, GL Harvey, watching from Charlotte. I saw you playing a little bit yesterday. I saw your match with Avi. 6-2 from the bar. That's Ray Fogerland's number. Comes in with a 2 and then plays behind. Now it's a different story. He didn't pause too long to consider doubling. The 5-4 is another awkward number. Yeah, I see that, Matt. Let's see if... Okay, so now it's a 6-2 for Petco. And he lifts. Yes, another 5-4. It's getting awkward. Uh, yes, so you do want to be aggressive at this score. Because a single win gets you to two-way, although two-way, four-way is awkward. Yeah, he's rolled a number of 5-4s. This is an awkward roll. Yeah, there was the consideration of doubling Joe a little bit earlier for light blue for Costa. But yeah, as Matt says, there were the three checkers back. Yeah, and Petco owns the outfield. So now Petco is considering doubling. He has aces to hit. Okay, that's a good roll. Probably. Well, that's for sure. And then yeah, you can do that. And then I'd probably just play 6-5 rather than 13-12. Don't leave too many blocks exposed. Now Costa's got 2 on the bar, 2-6 from the bar. Okay, so now Petco can start thinking about things. He's got a lot of gammons here, especially at a four-way score. So for the novice and intermediate players, four-way is a very good target score because you can win the entire match in a single game with a double gammon. That's why Mesich calls it the platinum score. Three away is an awkward score because if you win a double gammon, you waste a point, and you don't want to do that. Costa takes. So if he turns it around, he has some strong recubes. 4-2. So probably want to cover here. And then just bring one down. Now it's safer to leave those blots because you don't have a blot on board. 5-4 again. That one works okay. So now Petco rolls a 4-3. He can play safe 13-9, 11-8. Hitting doesn't gain as much because you leave all those blots. 6-4 for Costa. I think he's got to bring things around. I mean, he can play 6 out and hit loose. Yeah, he could do that. Oh, yeah, so Petco broke his midpoint. 6-1. He's going to go all the way. Right, Joe. I agree about four-way, four-way. Okay, so now there may be some recubes. If Costa can get a good sequence like that. So you've got to bring 2 out. You want to keep the bar point there. And then I think I play down to the 9 point. Yeah, everyone's commenting. Do not like this take. So Costa has less than 3 minutes left on his clock. Petco 6 minutes and change. Yeah, the reason why Matt didn't like this take is because there are a lot of gammons that win the match. He's looking to come all the way out. Okay, so he doesn't want to leave any shots. The spare on the 7 is not as useful as it would otherwise be. Okay, 3-1. He comes in with the 3. And hey, Scotty Callan, nice to see you in the chat. He plays 9 to 8. He doesn't want to slot the 4-point double 4. That's a great roll. 2 and then 2 out, and you can play for the gammon from there. You don't really have to be afraid of the 6-1, because if you do get hit with the 6-1, you have good 5s from the bar to hit back, meaning you can't come in with 5s, so 5-4, 5-3, and 5-2 hit back. Now he's playing on, so 5-3 there, and I don't know if it's worth slotting the ace point, just bringing things down. So now Costa is a huge favorite. So bring the 5 in, and then 14 to 13 so you can hit loose with a double 4. Double 2 can't come in. 4-2. You can clear the bar point. That gives you tons of builders to make the ace point, including double 4. Now, if he plays 13 to 7, he'll have awkward rolls like 6-4, 6-2, and 6-1 next, which leave a shot. I think I like that. 5-2 can't come in now. Costa's looking to close his board. Double 5 does not do it. 1. And now maybe 3 to the ace point.
That's too many cards.
And Costa took a pass.
Yeah. Thank you.
So there you go. That's a safe play. This allows Petco to save many more gammons. With a quick 6 would be a quick fix. Doesn't get it. 2-1 brings it all the way in. Now with 4 on the 5-point, everything is safe, and he keeps the 5-point board for a couple of rolls. Okay, 6-4 is good. Now looks like Petco's favorite to save the gammon, but it's a free roll for Costa. 6-2 comes in perfectly and down. So I need 7 crossovers, 13 for Costa. Now Petco looks like a big favorite to save the gammon. So 2 off the 9-point there. That allows him to slot the 4-point. 5-4 bears off 2 checkers. 4-1. Double 2. 1, 2, 3. 5 to 3. Looks like Petco's going to save this gammon. So it's going to get to the exciting 4-away, 2-away score. That slots the 3-point. So now he double 2 can't bear anything off. So everyone in the chat, let me know what kinds of things you think about at 4-away, 2-away. Oftentimes the trailer doubles very aggressively, even on the second sequence. Yeah, Matt, you were referring to the 4-2 play where he broke his bar point, right? Okay, 2 points. Costa leads 7-5. That's the absolute score. The away score is more important because that refers to how many points each player needs. to win the match. So it's a 9-point match with 7. Costa needs 2, so his away score is 2 away. With 5, Petco needs 4, so his score is 4 away. So the trailer plays really aggressively to try to get some gammons and volatile positions, because when you double, your gammons become very valuable. The opponent's gammons get killed, and the cube is killed. So, there are 2 ways of winning a game in backgammon, with the cube or in the race. And if the cube is killed, you take away half of that. So now it's 6-1 for Petco. Not great. So, okay, slots the point, gives him 3s to hit. 5, 3, and 3, 1 are duplicated, and the 4s to anchor are duplicated to hit. So here he can hit and continue, or he can, he's looking to hit his own checker. He can anchor, which may be right at this type of score. The leader at this score really wants like good anchors. 6-4. You want to avoid gammonish positions as the leader and the opposite as the trailer. Double 5. Okay, so there's 1, and he's going to make the 3-point with 1 from the midpoint, 1 from the 8. So now he has 3s on that side. Double 1. Great roll. There's 2. And then you can make the 9-point or the bar point. I think, yeah, this leaves some shots, but it starts to make the better point. 5-3. Yeah, I think that's why I would have made the 9-point there. Keep it solid, especially in these types of, at this score. So now 2-1. Okay, 3 checkers back and lots of blots. 2-1. Okay, so come in with the 2 and cover with the 1. He would have liked not to have 3 checkers on his 24. Okay, now double 2 makes his 4-point. Yeah, that's what I was looking at, Matt. Double 3. So, oh, he's looking at possibly making the bar point. I think you have to do this. Yeah, so now this is a prime versus prime position. Both players have primes. Both players have 3 checkers back. So he's thinking of blocking his 6s. If you're going to do that, you might as well play with 13 to 10 twice and then look. But he decides to make his 5-point. 5-2 makes his 8-point. So now Costa has a solid 5 prime, and Petco is not at the edge. So there's the 1. And the 4 he can stack there. Okay. 3-2 for Costa. Can't move his back checkers. Oh, you're checking on your iPhone, Joe. Checking the position on the iPhone is like asking Phil Simborg's opinion on a position. So 6-1 comes out all the way to duplicate the 2s that hit and step up. So 2-1. So what's he going to do with this? I think you're going to have to move, yeah, like that. When they're split, things are a lot better. A lot easier to get one out. And then hitting that checker gains more in the race and wins more gammons. 5-4. So Petco has 6s and 2s. But how do you play a 6-2? So he does double. This is a tough decision for Costa. It's going to be really hard to take. Although Costa has a 5 prime. Now he's running low on time, less than a minute left. So he does pass. Okay, so now we're at 3 away, 2 away. I tell people 3 away, 2 away is the non-gammonish cousin of 4 away, 2 away. And what that means is at 4 away, 2 away, you want to double as a trailer very aggressively. uh, in gammonish positions. That's where you make the biggest adjustments. Oh, why is this time running there? There we go. 6-5. But at 3 away, 2 away, the biggest adjustments are in non-gammonish positions. Double one, that's a great roll. Petco's going to think about cubing soon. 6-2, not anymore. Comes out. Now Petco's going to want a 4. He gets it. Comes in with the 2. Double 2. So there's 1. There's 2, 3. Doesn't want to step up to the edge of the prime. So 6-4, 6-3, 5-4 hit. Then there are some other good rolls. 5-2, other 4s. 4-3 makes the 20 point, and 6-5 makes the 18 point. He rolls 6-1. Yeah, you can do that, and then just lift the blot. Now, Costa's running low on time. He's got to be careful. 5-1. That goes straightening the checker. So he can hit twice. That'll protect the first checker. Now Petco may have a double from the bar. There you go. Hello to Tim Wieland. So now the cube is dead. 4-3 comes out and hits, sends a second checker back. Petco's looking for a gammon to win the match. 5-1 comes in with the 1 and the 5. He just safeties that blot. 6-5. So he's going to bring 2 out to the 18 point. I don't know if you guys know, Mesich calls that the Cerberus point. It's a mythological creature, a 3-headed dog which protects the gates of the underworld. So essentially it's protecting the midpoint from clearing when they're bearing in. But we're not quite there yet. 3-2 for Petco. I think it's just 18-13. Put a spare on the midpoint. 6-5, so just come around. Slots the 5 point. 6-5 for Petco. Probably just 2 down. I mean, you could point on head, but that loses all the priming structure. This duplicates the hitting aces with the covering aces. But it does give him a good 6-1. Actually, no, not a good 6-1. So he's looking at this. I'll be right back.
Past that, I don't know how fast I can go.
A little bit of a wait, I think, till the next match because this is a Swiss format system. So let me double check the schedule for you guys. Yeah, Petco did win. All right, so let me check the schedule here. Just pulled it up. So now Saturday. So that was a 10 a.m. start time, and that's completed. The start at 12:30 p.m., which is about approximately 1 hour time. So in the meanwhile, let's take a look at what's going on in the ABT main event. So far, the winners of the first round, Edward Ahola, Dennis Culpepper, Gershon Distenfeld, Ray Fogerland, Ben Friesen, who's been running really hot this tournament, Gary Koscielny, Petko Kostadinov, Paul Linderman, Michael Mesich, Adrian Nedelku, and Michael Tobin. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 matches. 8 matches still in progress. So okay, so now it looks like my video is on the screen. I guess I'll take a break for now and hope to see you in the next match.
I know Dennis and Jeb both for a long time. Both good guys and friends, and yeah, excited to see the match. Um, yeah, should be a good match.
Right. I might have to step away for a little bit, in which case I'll hand it over completely to you.
All right, well, hopefully we'll get to see a little bit of you, and if you have to run, then all good. So 4-2 here. I believe you anchor with this one against the 3-point. Makes sense. And Dennis improving his board with the 3-1. I like the felt surfaces, so I'm happy to see Chris Lloyd making those.
Have you played on this one?
I have not, but
Yeah.
I much prefer felt to cork in my experience. I think with the 6-1, you just want to make the bar and not expose 3 blots when you're outboarded 3-1.
Yeah.
So
Double
this is
five. That.
yeah, this is wouldn't have been too great for Dennis if you just held the anchor and built a prime, but now you're really up against the wall. You need a good roll here if you're Jeb.
And I am monitoring the chat for Everyone
So
knew.
what's going on with the cube now after 4-6? I mean, this is just double take, double
How
pass.
is he going to play it?
It's not a good roll. If you come out, you leave sixes, threes, and ones. If you slot, you leave sixes, ones, and fours. This has got to be a cube, right? I would think it's double. Could it possibly be a pass? Nine checker blitz, three blots,
He
but
does
nobody
double.
nobody on the bar yet, and Jeb could miss 5-3 hits, and double five is pretty bad. Double three hits twice. I think it's probably a pass, yeah. But it
He got,
just shows why the 6-1 was bad to break the anchor.
yeah. So UBK says only 39 in the open. Would have guessed it would be more. I think there's a Women's World of Backgammon event playing independently in Florida.
Uh, really? At the same time as the Charlotte tournament?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Well, cool, cool.
So usually when you hit with the one, you bring one down.
Yeah, I
Off
mean
the
it's reasonably close here because you like to split with a four and you're kind of duplicating sixes, but I think you're more inclined to bring the four down when you have stripped your 8 point, and you want you're unstacking your midpoint.
except against the 6-4 split.
Yes,
You're more
that is correct. But even there, it's close, right? The main thing that people get wrong is when you hit with a six and then you're just bringing down and like semi-stripping your midpoint. That's usually not a good idea. This is gonna make it prime, so Jeb is winning the priming
you
game.
make the bar or the
Yeah,
nine.
no, make the bar. I mean, even if you get the main problem with making the bar is that if you get hit in the outfield, you're leaving blots. But here you have a bunch of returns from the bar because he has all those blots, and like it would be a massive swing on something like double six, right? If you make the bar and he hits, you have a bunch of returns. If he misses, you just make the next thing. 6-2. Now he can come out and make the bar. Would have hit, but you would have had lots of returns.
5-3.
5-3, I guess, is the 3 point.
Is there an urgency to split?
I mean, you do want to split, but the cost of not making the 3 point is pretty high, right? That's a pretty good point. So it is. You would like to split, you would like to hit, but you'd also really like to make a point.
So he's splitting now.
Splitting with the ace is less desirable, but
Because of all the checkers in the zone.
yeah, you don't see daylight with an ace, right? You're just kind
Oh,
of
wow.
giving him a target.
Like that.
Yeah. That is a tremendous roll.
Right? It's a cube saver.
Yeah. I mean, Jeb is a favorite after 5-4, as opposed to probably just dropping.
Double four again. Nothing but doubles.
Wow. What do you do with this? You can make the ace point, you can make your 4 point and hit lose, you can make the four and come out, you can do all kinds of stuff.
I think making the four is half of it.
Making the four and coming out looks pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
I mean, you have control of the outfield.
Now he can run with the 6-4.
Yeah, but at least you have the double shot in the outfield.
The other thing I was thinking about the double four is what gets you closer to a cube.
Yeah, I mean, I think this gets you to a reasonably efficient position.
5-2 is good.
Yeah, hit and don't leave return shots. Only give the 2-6 from the bar. We've never seen that.
4-1.
I think Jeb is probably close to something here, right?
Yeah.
Even Jeb is up 6-4. Jeb is behind in the race. Jeb is down by 11 after the roll. So he's down 11. It's probably not quite good enough. I mean, it could be a double, but it's a super easy take, I think, for Dennis. Because
So
gammon danger is very low. You only have one blot that's out of range. You're up 11 pips. Jeb could make the bar and lose the market, but even if he does that, you're not getting gammoned.
So when you're playing and you get your opponent's thinking about doubling, do you spend that time thinking about potentially taking, or do you wait until he's doubled and then start thinking?
No, I usually start thinking while they're thinking.
Yeah, that saves a lot of time. There
Yeah.
you go. Makes the bar.
Yeah. This will be a market loss if Dennis does not roll an ace, and he does not. So yeah. Dennis would be passing now, but again, he's not really getting gammon, so he's not really happy he took this cube, but he's also not yeah, he could get gammoned. It's not
Point on head
impossible.
for the gammons.
Yeah, I mean, I think you want to win a gammon. And it's not like you lose that many games by making the ace point. It's possible Dennis could roll a 2 and win that game, but this Jeb's move is definitely the DMP move, but
Right.
you give up some gammons by doing this.
You bring builders to the 7 and 6 now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it doesn't make a huge difference how you play this. I don't think I would give a 1-6 Joker to hit me, but beyond that, like this is probably the most flexible to make the 8 or to make the deuce point or the ace point, right? You have diversification of all those things. Double 6 is good for the race, so now Chip needs to make sure he makes it prime and doesn't get outraced. Possible to give a 1-6 Joker now, but now you have double coverage anyway, so.
Mop up. Yes, this is a Swiss tournament. I think it's triple elimination. So the 5 is forced, and you play 6-3 or 4-1.
Probably 4-1. I mean, I see that
Just in case.
6-3 kind of starts to kill fives, but it doesn't actually kill fives. And if you manage to uh hit a shot somehow, like say you roll I don't know, 6-5 and makes the ace or something.
Well, if you had
Or
played 6-3, can you hit loose with the 5-2 now?
yeah, maybe. Like there could be contact, so you kind of like having a board. Here, you know, I don't think Jim wants to hit loose or anything. I think you just want to like go to the. Yeah, I don't really see this move making much sense because double ace is very good, and you're also going past the point you want, which is the deuce point, right? The deuce point was the
Oh,
point you
look at
wanted to
that.
make. Yeah.
Now 20 numbers.
2-6 from the bar. So if you miss, what's going on with the cube?
Let's see the race.
Is it close, right? It's a close race. I don't think you can redouble if you're Dennis. I mean, Dennis should be ahead in the pip count, but he's wasting a lot of pips.
71. 55-71.
2 and 8. Oh, 10 and 6, 16? 16 pips?
Yeah, 55.71.
16 is a lot of pips.
It's a lot of pips.
Yeah.
And what about, like, what are you thinking about with the score on a 4 cube?
You're, I don't know. Let's just, for the moment, let's think about if it was 0-0, right? So if it's 16 pips, let's say Dennis is wasting, oh, I don't know, 10 pips more than Jeb, right? Dennis is wasting a lot of pips. Yeah,
Jeb,
call it like maybe like 10. So let's say Dennis's real lead is like 6 pips. That's still a reasonable amount to double in a 55 pip race.
right. The other thing is Dennis has 2 big crossovers to get in, whereas Jeb has 3 small crossovers to get in.
Yeah, if Dennis rolls small at first, it's not so good for him. But if Jeb rolls a 6 right away, he has to play 7-1 and put another checker on the ace point, so he's wasting pips there. It kind of seems like it could be a redouble and a take, but because I mean, 16 pips is just a ton of pips, right? In a 50 pip race. This one I think is going to be a redouble pass, right? Now you're at 19 pips in a 40 pip race. That's got to be a pass. Yeah.
Immediate pass. So
Yeah. I think it probably was a redouble the roll before, but yeah, I would have thought it was a take for Jeb before the 6-2. Wastage also hurts, but it doesn't hurt the guy who's on roll and who's leading in the race as much as it hurts the guy who's trailing in the race, right? Because you can use small numbers to bear off, and big numbers win anyway. So, whereas it's harder to catch up if you're down 16 and wasting pips. There's no path to catch up.
right. Double one makes both points. 2 down with 6-4. 3-1.
Typically, when you're winning the priming game, you want to just build your prime. So I would not split the checkers. I would just play 13-9. Playing into the game that Dennis wants to play, a blitzing game, rather than building a prime is not what you want to do. And this 6-5 would have been horrible for him if you kept the ace point. I would make the ace, I think, if I were Dennis. I mean, deuce point is probably better than the ace point, but you're giving up your 8 point to do so and leaving an additional blot. Getting hit would be painful.
When you have the 6 point and the ace point, I call it the Grand Canyon structure because of all the gaps.
They used to call it the naked ace point.
Right, Paul Weaver came up
Yeah. 2-1 again. He's splitting. I don't know why. I mean, yeah, you like having anchors, so you split when you're behind a prime. You don't split when you're getting blitzed because then you just get closed out, right? And so if you have a prime, you want to
That's not legal.
yeah, if you have a prime, you want to build that prime. You don't want to play into your opponent's winning scenarios. You want to give them bad numbers. So Dennis continuing the blitz. 2-5 can hit.
Great roll.
Sends a third checker back. You don't have to hit. You could come in and play 13-8, but I think hitting is pretty natural. Yeah.
Okay. 5-3 comes in and out.
5's kind of duplicated.
4-3.
Not a great roll, but I guess you can run around the corner. for lack of. I don't see much that would otherwise be constructive. 6-1, pretty good. Yeah, makes Jeb's 8-point. So now it's hard to extend that prime beyond the 3-point prime. I mean, maybe he could turn it into a 4 prime, but like you're always gonna have to deal with Dennis's outfield point there on your 8-point.
Or 2.
Coming up and hitting looks like the right idea. You want to, if you're Dennis, you can't really build a prime, so you want to escape that checker and you want to put Jeb on the bar. And 5 actually cannot move from the 13, but he can just run all the way around the board to the 5.
Right.
Race is probably close-ish. I think Dennis probably still winning even after 5, but yeah, I think Dennis is probably still ahead, but it's got to be close after the 5. Why not just play 13-6? I don't know if he sees it. Or 13-7-5-4. Does he think 13-7 is illegal? Not sure. Very strange to go 7-1 and break your bar point and put a blot on your ace, but may not really matter after Dennis's 6s.
Looks like Dennis is up by 22 now.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. This is probably going to be double pass unless Jeb rolls like 3 or bigger. So this should be double pass if 22 was correct. And it kind of looks like double pass, just eyeballing it.
94. And he up by 16.
16. So yeah, even more than 22. Yeah. So this is just a monster pass. I mean, if Dennis rolls 2-1, you roll 6, and Dennis rolls 2-1 again, you're even. So, that's a lot to ask for. You need to do some miracles here.
What did I say it was? It's 107 for light blue.
You said 16, 9. Oh, yeah, 94, 107.
70, 80, 91, 94 to 107.
Okay, so 13.
13, yeah.
So not as bad as 16, but still a pass. Jeb does take. Yeah, I believe he should pass even at 13 pips. But it's not crazy to take at 13.
The other thing I think about at this score is you win 2 points at 6 away, you get to the nice 4-way score.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much I don't know how much it matters.
In non-gammonish positions, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's some thought of like if you're even away, it's more likely to be a pass. But on the other hand, if you're leading 3-0, like the other guy's kind of more inclined to take. Maybe they kind of counterbalance and offset each other, or if they don't, maybe the difference is small. So I kind of just think about it like it's 0-0 for the most part.
So now it's a pure race.
Pure race. Jib has pretty decent chance, actually. Any big set would put him in range, and that will qualify.
Now I redouble soon.
Yeah, depending on Dennis's roll. 3-1. Okay, so now you can think about it. Dennis down
8.
2 pips, 4 pips. Dennis is down by 3, so Jeb is up 3 pips.
Yeah, 61-58.
So this is probably a good redouble here. You're trailing 0-3. You're up 3 pips. You probably waste a little bit more than Dennis because you put a second guy on your ace point, but you are, trailing 0-3 and redoubling, and you're winning the game. So, it seems like it's probably a good redouble, but an easy take.
Oh,
And Jeb is very happy he didn't redouble now because now he's just losing.
Steve B says there was a pass on XG.
Yeah, the initial cube where he was down 13. That makes sense. This one was a take when he's only 3 pips behind. But I think it was still a good redouble, although now Jeb is very happy that the cube is not on 4. Because I guess he would be just... I don't know if Dennis would redouble to 8 at the score, but maybe he would anyway. That's the other thing about redoubling to 4 is you kind of hamper the other guy's recubes. So,
Right.
a thing that would be not a redouble at 0-0 because, you're worried about giving the cube away is a double at 0-3 because, the other guy can't really redouble to 8 unless he has a monster position, right? I mean, it's like 9% take point or something.
Right. Also, I've learned that, a lot of people don't think about this, but you can double more aggressively in races, even when you're leading 2 away, 3 away.
Yes. About a pip.
And also
Um,
anchor holding games.
Yeah, it's a little bit. I mean, there's always some really interesting nuances to some of these things. So, like yesterday, we saw a position where Costa was leading 2-away, 8-away, and on roll against Adrian Nedelku's deuce point anchor, and he had a 6 prime in front of it, and he's leading 2-away, 8-away. And at most scores, when you have a 6 prime in front of the deuce point, that is just a clear pass, right? And even when you're leading 2 away, however many away, it's like still not enough contact to take that kind of position. But when you have outside checkers, there's a very outside chance of getting gammoned.
Right.
And so if you're trailing 8 away, 2 away, an 8, if gammon on a 4 cube is 8 points, and so even like less than 1% gammon wins can be enough to like massively swing the decision as compared to a race. So an anchor game that doesn't look like it should ever win a gammon is a lot better than a bear off that literally never wins a gammon, right? And
Right.
Adrian actually did win a gammon on a 4 cube. So,
And when you're leading 2 away, many away on a last roll position, you can double much more aggressively.
yes. Yeah.
Because you can win the whole match in a single roll.
Right. 2 points do a lot for the 2 away player and not a whole lot for the other away player. Right. I mean, they, winning the match versus not winning the match is a big difference. This one, I think you want to hit on the bar point.
Hit and make the 11.
Yeah. You like making the 11 just to make another point. Clean up some blots.
Double 3.
Makes the 20 interesting. With the last 2, you could make the 3 points. You could also just hit loose on the bar. There's some bad 6s, like 2-6, but not that many. Making the 5 is okay too, but it is a little bit... It feels a little bit of a weird position to develop.
Because the outfield is empty.
Yeah, the outfield is empty. Stack on the 6.
Another one.
I mean, it could have been okay. Yeah, this one will at least develop the stack on the 6. So
So how aggressive can you be leading 4-away, 9-away in gammonish positions?
Less aggressive than at 0-0. Assuming, yeah, I mean, the other guy is gonna have, reasonable recubes to 4, which will kill your gammons. But you can still double them. It's not like you're leading 7-0 and you're killing your gammons by doubling.
Right.
So you do want to be somewhat less aggressive than at a 0-0 score, but you still want to keep the cube in mind.
6-2 is a good roll.
I think you slot the
Slot the back.
I'm not sure. I mean, coming out makes sense too, because you do want to get those checkers into the outfield. You don't want to get disconnected, and you are leaving, ace 5, deuce 5, and ace 6.
Now does he think?
No, I don't think so. Jeb's position is too good. Like, Jeb has an anchor. He has the 4-point. He has the 11-point. He's got a pretty reasonable block, and it takes you a long time to get around. And in that time, Jeb can just enter on the deuce point, right? And then, what do you really have?
Now
I
he's
mean,
thinking.
even here, like, it's just not that easy to lose the market. You need like double 5 or something.
If he clears that 16 point and Jeb dances.
I mean, is
Slot.
certainly the longer the Jeb dances, he's getting closer every roll, right? I think he's not quite there yet, but if he makes another improvement in Jeb dances, I mean, maybe that position.
If he slots the bar point and Jeb dances, that's pretty strong.
Yeah, if he slots the bar point and Jeb dances, I'm pretty sure that's going to be a double.
Good thing he didn't.
Yes. Do you give 6s and 3s and play with 1 blot, or you can just give a deuce by playing 13 to 7?
That's the thing. Hitting there slots the back of the prime too.
Yeah, it does give Jeb return shots from the bar, which is nice. So this one, I think Dennis should cube. I like the cube here. I mean, it's in some sense it's a gammonish position, but it's not really a gammonish position. It's just a position where you win a ton of games, right? You have a prime in front of him, so you're not that scared about being redoubled. Because, first of all, Jeb has to not lose the game to redouble. I don't think you're too good, but I don't think Jeb is taking either, so.
Justin Noel says primes win games.
Yeah, primes win games. This is a little bit interesting. I mean, hitting with a 6 is good, but hitting with an ace is less good because he's giving up the midpoint. Ace is kind of duplicated, although, yeah, I guess he would hit. What else if you don't do that?
Go to the
You
11.
could just swing around, then you're giving 4s and 2s to hit, and you don't have as many returns, plus the 6-3 and the 6-1 in the outfield. But yeah. I don't know. I kind of liked Dennis's first play of 20 to 16 and 13 to 8, although it would probably make more sense if the cube was already given, because this is going to be a lot of overage if he doesn't hit with a 6.
Double
Like,
5.
yeah,
Possibly worst.
yeah. Like, you could say it's maybe too good for Dennis at this point. Like, I don't really see a bad thing that can happen to you, but you're not winning a lot of gammons because Jeb only has 1 blot and an anchor, and the blot is very far from actually going on the bar. So
Beats the
it's,
full prime.
yeah, it's definitely you definitely might as well take a shot at it if you're Dennis, because there's not really anything to lose other than you roll double 4, but it is unlikely that you're actually going to get it. I think maybe you win, let's say 15% or 20% gammons, like not much more than that.
No, he sticks around
Yeah, might as well. I mean, it's hard for Jeb to clear his midpoint.
just like that.
Yeah, he's gonna have to bury checkers in his board. And maybe you can even stick around one more time if you roll small. Yeah.
Small, yeah.
Now the 6-1,
Oh,
6-2, 6-3, 6-4 all leave shots. And some of the other rolls. Yeah, this one's a shot. So if you can hit the fourth man, you have a real chance of winning a gammon.
Yeah. So now do you
I think
duplicate
you
the fours?
I think you reduce shots. You really don't want the fourth man hit, and you can barely win. Duplication, and they I could call it duplication, right? It's just
Yeah,
just
Steve Ballmer.
yeah, you don't want to get hit.
Now he might have issues with fives.
Yeah, 6-5 would be the disaster roll. I mean, it is true that there could be issues, but you can't break your prime, right? What if you just rolled double six? Now you're losing. Like you can't break up a prime.
That's a good point for novice and intermediate players. You have to be careful about your fives against a 2-point holding game
Yeah,
when you're bearing in.
yeah. Fives usually are unable to play from the 7-point, and if you don't have spare checkers on your 6-point, then they can become really awkward.
Like 6-5 would leave a double shot if you
Yeah,
didn't have the point. Yeah.
Dennis should keep playing on anyway. I mean, Jeb does have 2 blots on his board, and it's only a handful of sequences. I think you win enough gammons. You can double later as well. But it is not super likely that you're going to get there as Dennis.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah. If you had to decide right now between cashing or playing the game until the end, then you should probably cash. But you can always decide to double next roll. And if Jeb had a closed board, maybe you want to double that. But with 2 blots in Jeb's board, even if you left a shot, you would have to be pretty lucky to hit and cover, and then he would still have 2 men back. So looks like the players are also taking a break. Hello, hello.
Okay. So they're taking a break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell me about your latest book.
Oh, that was the one you read. It
Yeah.
was the Backgammon Grandmaster match. It's pretty popular on Amazon.
Mhm.
It's an annotation of a match played between Mochi and Michi at the 2025 Los Angeles Open. And you were the live commentator.
Yeah, that was a great match. I mean, Mochi and Michi, two great players.
I feel like I learn a lot by watching top players play.
At even away, gammon is more valuable. Yes, gammons are more valuable when you're even away than when you're out away. On a 1 cube or a 2 cube or a 4 cube.
Now, 3 away is an awkward score.
Yeah. But at least at 3-way you can get to Crawford where, the trailer can't use the cube.
Right, right. That's one of the things I talked about in the book. Like scores like 3 away, 9 away, the trailer can be really aggressive.
Well, what's going to happen here? If Dennis fans, it's going to be too good. On an entry, making the deuce point, I think you make the deuce point rather than play 24 and 11, although 24 and 11 is not crazy. You definitely don't want to be split in Jeb's board.
Yeah, it freezes
But
the 8-point and loses fewer gammons.
I mean, there should be a cube coming for sure. I think Dennis can get away with taking, even at the score. Not sure. I mean, it's a very strong cube, right?
He does double.
Yeah, it is a very difficult decision for Dennis, I think. I mean, at 0-0, it's a pretty easy take, I think. But leading 6-0, I'd be inclined to give up. It is a 6-0 lead, and you don't have a lot going for you. You do have the deuce point anchor. You don't have any blots, nobody on the bar, but
One thing I've learned is if you have to only move 1 or 2 checkers to reset your position, probably a pass.
Yeah, no, it is true. But you did have, even though Jeb did have a prime in front of you, you still have reasonable chances to prime Jeb's 2 back checkers because all you have to do is just like have him not move or move 1 checker, and then you roll 3-1, and like your primes are almost even, right?
I think the slot is right here.
Yeah, slot is almost always right with 2-1. Oh, especially after Jeb comes down.
2 down, yeah.
Yeah. 5-2 is kind of awkward.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Splitting seems like a good play for Jeb. You want to move your back checkers now because they're 6-4. Dennis rolled a 6-4. So I like his thought to cover with the 6, but yeah, there you go. Don't cover with the 8, cover with a 6, and now play a 4. Yeah, good play. He could have hit in the outfield, but then he would be leaving a bunch of return shots, and so this is more constructive and builds Dennis's position better to just have a point that's a pretty strong point. And now Dennis has both 5 points, so you might think Dennis is a huge favorite with both 5 points. That's not actually true, but Dennis is certainly happy that he's here and not back on the ace point. Jeb has a fine game, right? He doesn't have any blots that Dennis can actually hit. He has an anchor. The race is fine. So, Jeb is an underdog, but he's certainly not in, bad shape, really. Other than trailing 6-1. That part's not so good. If I were Dennis, I'd probably play 8-2 and 11-6. I would like to do something more constructive than that, but I don't see a constructive play that actually does anything. I don't really want to give up my anchor because, you know, the anchor is nice to have. You haven't advanced far enough where you're forced to give up the anchor, and you don't really want to get 2 blots hit, or, you know, he hits and covers, and then you have to not fan. It's not even necessarily clear that Dennis is winning the race. So maybe just try to build your position. This is okay. You are giving up the midpoint and creating a new blot. You do leave some 4-4, 4-5, 4-3 to like really hit. And then there's some also like smaller hits that don't do so much. I don't think 11-6 and 8-2 is so bad. I would certainly prefer giving up the midpoint to giving up the anchor. Yeah, Dennis does agree. He was also trying to find something constructive, but there's not a lot of good constructive plays. 4-1. You have a choice whether to make the 3-point and have a worse distribution or to make the deuce point and have a better distribution. They're probably close. You know, the 3-point is better than the 2-point, but this unstacks your 6 and keeps the spare on your 8. So seems like they're probably close. Hold on. I mean, I know you. Yeah. This is only 6-2 and 4-4. It's pretty safe, and it's much easier to play the next roll. Plus, it's much easier to build a board when you don't have blots on your ace and deuce point. Five one. You could make the deuce point. You could also play 11-5. Making the deuce, you can make the ace point too, but I think the deuce point is better than the ace point. Making the deuce is not terrible, but you kind of really want your 4-point, not your deuce point. And this at least cleans up the 4-4 and the 6-2. Keeps the checkers kind of in front of the points you want. I think if you're Jeb, you want to come up with the anchor, right? If you make the 11-point, let's say Dennis rolls another number, and now you have to move one of your points, right? So, you really don't want to be stuck behind if Dennis should make his 4-point. And it looks like there's a lot of checkers that are kind of bearing on that point. So I would think you want to come up and make the 4. And it looks like the race is also pretty good for Jeb, right? Jeb is winning the race. So that means you kind of want to break contact rather than try to hold Dennis where Dennis is just going to wait for you to move. 2 now. I mean, again, you can kind of try to hold Dennis, but he's not gonna run off his anchor. He's just gonna play from his spares on the 8, 6, and 5. So Dennis now in a pretty reasonable position because, you know, Jeb is running out of time. He can possibly get squeezed off the anchor, and there's not a lot of good ways to run off the anchor. But Dennis not in such a good position that he can double when he's leading 6-1. So he's just gonna roll out probably the rest of this game, or at least until we get somewhere more advanced. Decides to keep the anchor. He's making a serious concession and giving up the 8-point, but you don't love giving up your anchor either. 4-1 for Jeb. This is getting ugly. You can play 6-1 to make the ace and play with only 1 blot, but then you're giving up your 6-point. You can play 8-7, 8-4. That leaves only 11 shots and leaves you with a better position, I think. if you come off the anchor, like, man, it's pretty. You come off the anchor, there's a 4-1 to play for Jeb.
Okay. He hasn't moved anything yet.
Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna break my 8 and go to the 7 and 4. I mean, Jeb is winning the race, but like coming off the anchor leaves a lot of stuff. Plus, you have the blot on your ace point if you get hit.
Is he thinking of up here?
Yeah, he's gonna look at the score and then realize he probably shouldn't double.
Well,
Double two, not bad. Can hit and come out. You can't actually make the point, but you can probably go to your ace point. That will reduce shots to only 11 numbers, and it gives you lots of covers for the ace point. And if Jeb fans, what happens? Probably too good? I don't think you can take even at the score. I mean, you're on the bar and you don't have a strong board. So.
What if it were 3-way, 4-way?
You mean like
6-5?
No, I mean that's an even bigger pass. That's a monster play on a 3-way, 4-way. I mean, this I think is also a play on, to be honest, but there are some bad rolls, right? You could roll like a 6-4, or sorry, not a 6-4, a 6-2. 6-2 would be like
6-4 hits the other one.
Yeah, 6-2 is like really, really disaster. 4-2, pretty bad. But I mean, Dennis is winning a lot of gammons, and I don't know. Dennis is winning the race. You're on the bar against a 4-point board. 13 in the zone. another 2 blots. 5-point open. Normally, those are indicators of a drop, even when you're losing 6-1.
I kind of like where he put the cube. It looks like there's a crown on top of the cube.
I like it. I didn't notice that, but you are correct. You know, almost every roll for Dennis is going to make his ace. I mean, maybe not some even numbers, but then if he makes his ace, now you have to roll something amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, that's like the best.
The nuts.
Yeah, the nuts. This is now you're just trying to maybe save a gammon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He closes him out.
He closes him out. He wins a gammon. Maybe 70. Yeah.
Okay, that was a good roll.
That was a very good roll. Still would be a drop, but we'll save almost every gammon. Dennis still winning the race, so Jeb needs to hit a shot in order to have any chance of winning this game. But he's just very happy to not be getting gammoned.
James Painter made the same comment, but the cube is crowned. 4-2.
Jeb closing board. Okay. Dennis currently has 4 men off, I guess. So, you know, if Jeb does hit a shot quickly, it would be interesting. 6-5, okay. So now there are 8 checkers left, 7 off.
Even if he doesn't hit, he has chances to save the gammon.
Yeah, he definitely has chances to save the gammon, but he could win by hitting.
Oh,
You
is
could
he
see
considering redoubling?
that would be bad. He is considering it, but it is very bad.
I mean, if you had no hope of saving the gammon, that would be one thing.
Well, first of all, even if you had no hope of saving the gammon, he's not going to pass if you roll a 2, so that would be bad. and then and then you don't want to lose 4 points when you could have only lost 2 points.
Be right back.
Okay. So Jeb will save and go to 1-8. Crawford 8 away. Gammon does matter for Jeb. Would save him a game in the race to win the match. Assuming that the remaining games are 2 points each, Jeb needs to win 4 games. So he needs to win 5 games if this game is only a single game, but 4 games if it's a gammon.
Which, just for the viewers, yes, I may look at it later.
So Jeb will make more aggressive plays to try to win a gammon, and Dennis will make more conservative plays to try to not get gammoned, like making the anchor here. And playing 8 to 5 is a good play because the main risk is that you get hit with a 7, but then you have all the returns at Jeb's blots. Double 6, it looks like you make the 18 point for sure because you don't want to be stuck behind a prime. I mean, you need to come up with 2 more 6s, but like you gotta get those guys out. So, those need to come out. Yeah. Okay. This seems like a fine play. You only leave a 6 shot. If you get missed, you have plenty of chances to clean up stuff.
Okay, so save the gammon. Now it's Crawford.
Yep. Crawford game. Mutual holding game where Jeb is ahead in the race, but Dennis has a better structure, and Dennis likes to play a holding game with an anchor because at least he's not going to lose a gammon, under most circumstances.
Gammons are valuable for the trailer at the Crawford game when he's even away, but not odd away.
Right. Slotting the 4 point looks natural to me. It's the next point you want to make. Best way to make it is to slot it. Also, what else? This one, just, I'm not sure it builds even faster at all, and you could get hit if he rolls like double 3 or something. By 4 will pick up the blot.
Slot the 4 point.
Yeah, you gotta slot the point in order to make it. You want to slot the next point you want. By the way, if he had slotted the 4 point with the previous 5-1, he would now own the 4 point, right? So, instead of having a 2-point board with a blot on a point you don't want, he would have the best 3-point board.
Five to 1.
Yeah, I guess so.
I want to say hi to some of the viewers out there. Hans, Stephen Sukup, thank you very much. And Joe Calvaruso, thank you. He sent me an email about my book and he started reading the online match. So he likes it. Thank you.
Nice. Thanks to all our viewers. Yeah, happy to see you guys watching, smash that like and subscribe button.
That's right.
Yeah, smash it an odd number of times, please.
Mm-hmm. And for all the viewers, I recommend becoming a USBGF member. You get lots of benefits, helps the streams, and we're working on improving the streams, so that's good. People really like the remote commentary.
Nice. I'm glad that people like it.
Just easier to get commentators because in the early rounds, people are playing.
Yeah. For me personally, I would not leave a shot here and make Dennis's play because, you know, you could get hit with 1-5, 1-6, and you don't really want to get gammoned.
4-3 is awkward.
Yeah. But, you know, having the 4-point would be nice.
Six-two.
Pretty good roll. I mean, Jeb has nothing to attack Dennis's blot with. You know, the 4 checkers they can hit you are back on the 18 and 13. So they're too far away to actually do anything useful. You could get hit with double 1 or double 2, but I mean that's just you gotta take some risk at some point. Otherwise, you're gonna take more risk later.
Thank you for the compliment, Butter v Xeon. So Matt and Alex are a commentary dream team. Thank you.
Yeah. The Olympics.
Looking for 1s and 9s.
3-2, not quite enough.
Double 3 would have.
Jeb still has a long way to go to get home. You know, those checkers on the 18 are very disconnected, and they could be squeezed with a lot of stuff. Not sure if you want to come out, but I guess you don't have a good way to play it otherwise.
Right.
I mean, 6-5 would be a massive swing, but
Han says we're a dream team because they put us to sleep. People like the
You don't-
remote commentary. Yeah, go ahead.
You don't love advancing the back blot if you're Dennis, but you do get off of 6-5, and you kind of want to keep your other points and not create too many blots. So I think this is the right idea. You know, if you break the 8, then you know, the 8-point is going to be useful both for getting a double shot when Jeb rolls a 6 and also just later in the game as well.
The one thing it does, breaking the 8, is gives them a bad 6-1.
Yeah, but I mean, the 6-5 is massive swing. Oh, there's the 6-1.
All you have to do is talk about it.
It also would have given Dennis bad 6s on his roll, assuming that Jeb didn't come off the anchor, right? So, like, you know, picking up the blot gives you a way to actually not be forced to leave a shot when you roll a 6.
So what's the race? 77 for light blue.
This looks like the right move.
84. 2-1 still playable.
It's getting to be a close race. Jeb's still ahead, but pretty close now.
That spare on the midpoint is helpful there.
Yeah. Comes in useful.
There you go.
And there's the 4-6. So
there are 17 numbers.
17 number. Oh, that's one of them. Okay.
Almost half the deck.
4-up was not good.
Now Dennis is a big favorite.
Yeah, Dennis big favorite to win this game. Yep. Even if Jeb comes in, the race is kind of out of reach. I mean, maybe not out of reach, but Jeb needs like double 6 to make it even.
Yeah, that's what Ken Goulding says, is it box proof?
Box proof.
Yeah.
Uh,
57 for dark blue. 66. Up by 9 pips.
I can't imagine you hit here, especially because you could get Gammon if well, he needs 3-4 to win a Gammon. I mean, he's not going to win a Gammon if he only hits one of them. But I think you're just winning the race, right? You're just way ahead in the race.
Ahead by 9, but there's the
Only 9 pips.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not 9 raw, but you've got the
Right.
wasted gap on the 4.
Right. 4 checkers on the ace point, 3 on the deuce point, gap on the 4. It should be more than 9 when you consider it. So maybe it's more like 14, let's call it. I think you probably not going to hit, especially when Jeb can use a gammon. The 3-4 actually would have been the double hit. That would have been strong.
All right, so now it's a pure race. One thing I've learned is if you have a gap somewhere, if you have checkers where you can fill that gap with that number, it's good. Like 6-3 fills in the empty 3 point.
Yeah, the 3-point gap becomes much more painful when you've already cleared your 6 point, and then you have a bunch of checkers on your 5 and 4, and you can never fill in the 3 again. Right? There's no actual way to fill in the 3 unless you, yeah.
Like the 4 on the other side. You just have to play 6-2 with
6-2, right? Yeah, you're never gonna fill in that 4 point unless you roll double 2.
Double gap is the problem. Seems like Dennis is a big favorite.
Yeah. It seems like this match may
Just
be
like that
over. This might be over.
One Steven Suko might know the phrase, "This game's in the refrigerator." Do you know that one?
No, I don't know that one. This game's in the freezer.
Jake Hearn used to say that at Lakers games. This game's in the refrigerator. Doors closed, lights are out, eggs are cooling, butter's getting hard, and the jello's jiggling.
The jello is jiggling?
Yeah, in the refrigerator.
I'm gonna turn the lights back on because I think they want us to go home.
That's Jen.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Dennis.
Congrats to Dennis. So what time's the next round?
I'll double check. While I'm doing that, we can talk a little bit about the book. I know you proofread it, so what can you say about it while I'm looking for the time?
Yeah, it was a good book. It really goes through a lot of the roles and decisions, and it has all these kind of visual aids to think about how to look at roles and dice distributions and things like that. Mochi and Michi, always a great matchup, and they you can learn a lot just by studying their decisions and analyzing their decisions. And yeah, I think the book does a good job of explaining all those things to anybody who's interested. I would recommend picking it up. I forgot the title.
Backgammon Grandmaster match. I try to make it so there's something for everybody. So like novice players, expert players, like the score stuff. The other nice thing about it is you can download the match file. There's a QR code, and you can watch the video. So if they want to watch the video of you commentating, they can go through and do that too.
Nice.
And it's nice because you can read like a chapter a day.
Yeah. When I was learning backgammon, I always looked at games from top players and tried to go through them, and I still do that, but I felt like it helped me when I didn't know how to play.
Yeah. Those are the most popular videos that people watch. Some people have asked to watch like intermediates, and that's fine. You just this doesn't get the viewership like the others.
Yeah. Intermediates are fine to watch too, but you know, you can kind of learn about how people are thinking and how you know how you can kind of structure your mindset to think about positions by watching top players.
I really enjoyed watching the UBC last night.
Yeah.
Those are some of the best players in the world.
Yeah. Iketani unfortunately could not win a match. It's tough to win if you can't win any matches.
I think Hideaki is up 4-2 now.
What's that?
Hideaki is up 4-2 in the score.
I think it's over, right? Hideaki's
You need 7 points? I don't know.
Hideaki won the final. He won 5 matches in a row.
Oh, so it's finished.
Yeah.
So he's going to go to the UBC contender.
Yeah, he's gonna go to Monaco along with Mark Olsen and Michihito, and one more qualifier from Sweden, which has not been played yet. But that will be played at the Swedish Open, I believe, or just before the Swedish Open in I think the end of June, beginning of July.
Yeah. Oh, Mochi was saying he was trying to get you.
He was, and I was tempted to go to Japan.
It's just a lot of traveling.
It is a lot of traveling, yes. It's a lot of traveling and a lot of playing, and it's not really at the top of my priority list, but I would have liked Japan, so I love Japan, so you know.
Jim Sab says he's been working through my Michi Mochi book, and it's great. Thank you. They're all available on Amazon. Oh, by the way, you said you were working on a book. What's the progress by now?
I'm thinking about a book.
Still thinking about it.
There's you know, there's no promises, but there's some thoughts in my mind.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, and I don't want to promise something that's before it's you know, I don't want to write say I'm gonna write book A of you know, 26 volumes, and you know.
Right. When I wrote my backgame book, it took me 3 months to write and 6 months to proofread.
Yeah, I believe it.
Jim says I do a great job providing positional variations and explaining how the match score impacts the decision. I think that's a really good learning method, by modifying the position, modifying the score, and the other thing that you like is the expanded dice distribution.
Yeah, I like whenever I am like modifying a position, I like to do like find a common like kind of theme where it's, you know, kind of similar position, and the other move is like a blunder, and then like find something that's like in between where it's like the threshold and it's right on the line between one or the other moves. And that way you kind of like know, like, okay, if it's looks like this, then you got to go the other way, and if it looks like this, then you know, it's that's the point where it crosses over. So that's something I try to do in a lot of different positions, is like look at variations like that and come up with like 2 variations for one position.
Right. So like if you split with like a 6-2, and then the opponent rolls a 3-1, with a 6-1 you make the 18 point. But if the second roll were a 5-3, then you can make your 5 point. And it's borderline when the opponent makes the 4 point.
Yeah.
with the 4-2.
Yeah. That's a good one. If you just can remember that the 4-point is like borderline, then you know that if it's anything better than that, do something. If the opponent has a stronger board than that, make an anchor. If they have a weaker board than that, make the 5-point. So if your opponent rolls double 2, I haven't looked at that one, but if they roll double 2 and make their 4 and 11, you definitely want to anchor. Even though I haven't looked at it, like I just know because the 4-point is borderline, right?
Right, and then they also have the 11.
Right. that also inclines you to anchor rather than build a board.
Another one I remember is like in a typical double 5 blitz, when the opponent has a checker on your 4-point and one on the bar, that's a small no double for money.
4-point and 1 on the bar. So if it's toss up, right? It's like 0.
Borderline, yeah. On the
Yeah,
5-point, it's a double. On the 2-point, it's a no double.
yeah, yeah,
So at different scores, you can adjust.
yeah. Those are good reference positions. I do try to look at early game reference positions, and I even put out like an Anki deck with the Rainier Burkle on early game references on kind of things that are similar to like an early double fives blitz, but like with another improvement, or like where does it flip from being a take to a pass or a double to a no double and things like that. Not just the second roll, but then like one roll later, right, or 2 rolls later.
Did you see that book I made? It was basically a compilation of such positions with rollouts. They were, I think, from Snowy, but it was like 300 plus positions, where it's like a double 5, double 3, double 4 blitz, and certain modifications.
I don't think I saw that one. No.
I can send it to you.
Mm-hmm.
It was never formally published.
Mm-hmm.
So let me take a look at the brackets while we're here. See what's going on. I'll refresh this here. So this is the Open Division 1. So we have 3 2-0 players so far: Robert Kratz, April Mesich, and Michael Mesich. So where was did it report this match? So now Dennis is also 2-0.
Nice.
And then let's see, the Queen City Cup is like the jackpot event. So we have 3 players in the round of 4, and the 4th one is a bye. So it looks like it will be Adrian Nedelku versus Ben Friesen, and they will face Phil Simborg in the final.
Cool. That should be a good. It's probably a three-way playoff, right? I'm gonna guess. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
They also have a Joker board tournament, which is fun.
Joker board tournament? What's that?
Joker Backgammon is Joker Gammon is a new board manufacturer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Joker Gammon.
And the Players' Cup ended with 3 players 4-1: Avi Cohen, Ben Friesen, and Robert Kratz. Okay, I'll be right back, Matt.
Okay. All right.
Or maybe we'll just take a break from here.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll see you guys soon.
All right. 3-0. Open has 39 entries. So I'm not exactly sure how many wins you need to win the Open, but this will be a good match coming up. Hello to all the viewers out there. We're on a 90-second delay, but I'll get to you at some point. Smash that like button, subscribe. And we may have somebody else joining pretty soon. So, special guest coming up, perhaps. Players look like they're getting set up. Decided to place the cube on top of the clock. Seems like a reasonable spot to put it to me. They've already got a baffle box, a clock, and a scoreboard, so there's only so many places left for the cube to go. You could put it on the bar, but people seem to not like that. So on top of the clock makes sense. Can't really put it on top of the baffle box. And if you put it behind the baffle box, it might be hard to see. I like the crystalloid board. Big fan of the felt surface. You know, I don't really love playing on cork surfaces, but I do like the crystalloid boards. And this one, I've never played on it, but it looks like a nice board. I think it's a little bit smaller than most boards, but that makes it actually easier to move the checkers and easier to see the dice. The dice look kind of larger, so maybe easier to travel with as well. And it looks like we are off. So 5-2 for April, and she splits normal move. I don't know if they used to do this in the 70s because they were just worried about double fives, but with this one, you want to do exactly what Bob is doing. Make the opponent's 5-point, make your own 9-point. You have a pretty strong game here. And April rolls a poor number. I think this is the best she can do with it. Advancing to maybe make a stronger point. 2-3, not a great roll, but you can double hit. I don't normally in the opening when you hit on the 4-point, you don't want to double hit on your ace point, but I think in this position you're more inclined to double hit because you've already brought 2 checkers down from your midpoint, and you really don't want to get hit because you're just winning the game, and getting hit sets you back a long way. But given that April rolled an ace, Bob is very happy, and he should be looking at a cube right here, I believe. I mean, he's already got a strong position, and April has 0 points made. She doesn't even have the ace point remade. So, if Bob had some really crushing rolls like double 3, double 4, double 2, you know, stuff like that, double 6, double 5, double ace. But even on a kind of borderline non-constructive roll like this, which just makes the 4-point.
Oh, we
Hey,
actually.
Kent.
Hi, how are you? Nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
We'll have fun.
We're excited to have you.
How do I make this thing bigger? I don't.
April rolled a great 3 to finally make a point. And what a
So
what a
what's
point
happened?
it
We've
is.
got the boring spin cycle. We just wait and wait and wait for someone to break or roll doubles.
Yeah, I mean, April was trying for a long time to make a point and finally made the 5-point. So that's a nice point to make.
Is there anything? Is this just a simple waiting game? There's no
Now
strategy involved.
Now it's a simple waiting game. Now you should probably come down from your midpoint to give yourself more time and to not go deep in your board. Because, you know, now you're going to want to break the midpoint anyway. But It's going to be hard without leaving a shot. So Bob can try to build his board, and I'm sure he will build his board, but it's going to be tough to also keep the outfield control at the same time.
Well, everybody's running out of time. We got like one roll for this
Yeah,
side.
race is close, you know. So the biggest thing is just who's ahead in the race, right? And it's pretty close.
Well, what do you
Gives
think
up
of
the
that?
anchor.
Yeah. That didn't. He wasn't forced to, but it doesn't appear to have worked very well.
Yeah, I am very reluctant to ever break the 5-point unless it's you know, they roll 3-1, you fan, and now you lose.
Now is this too good? Is it too good now?
Probably. It could be. It certainly could be. I mean, Bob has a garbage board, Swiss cheese with a blot on the ace. So even if you get hit, you know, you're not necessarily losing. Gammon, 6 guys outside. You still have 2 points to close. I probably would have rolled, but I'm a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, we're going back a million years to when I first started playing. The saying in the club I learned at, which I contributed to, was simply, "What's your plan? Gammon the rich." You know?
I like Wall Street. Greed is good.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing. Gammon the rich and greed is good. It's
So in the previous game, I liked double hitting, but yeah, but here you don't want to double hit on your ace point. You just want to fight for your 4-point. And this is I guess you could actually play bar 23 and 6-5 maybe.
Yeah, might be a chance to dust off your "I'm crazy and slotting everything" self, because you can kind of get away with it because of the duplication.
Right, the 4 would actually not hit, I think, or I don't know. Maybe it would hit, but it's not clear to me what you would do if you rolled a 4.
Yeah, and the builders work okay too, because to hit them, unless it's double 4s, requires using your entire roll, and then there's that blot in the other home board sitting back there. So slotting the 11 is sort of like slotting the 5.
Well, the builders do work okay, but keep in mind that 4 builders is an underdog to make a point, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, slotting the 5 almost always makes it, whereas 4 builders usually doesn't.
Yeah, what's we need a half a step further to turn the cube.
Yeah,
we got to be. You got to be thinking about it.
That's 3 steps further. that is
well,
like 4 steps further.
now depending on what happens here, once again there may be, are we too good or not?
It could be no double take. It could be double pass. It could be too good.
It's lots going to depend on this very roll right here.
Yeah. Double ace. It's not going to be good enough. 6-2.
Well, now it's a pass.
It's definitely a pass. No, it's definitely a pass for sure. I don't think you're too good, right? Like, there's no blots to pick up.
If you make your 4-point, you're too good.
Yeah, if you make the 4-point, you're too good for sure.
Well, I presume he thinks he's too good. If he thinks he's not good enough, that's a gross misjudgment here.
No. It's not bad to roll. Like, I don't think rolling is.
Oh, so this may be overbuilding. Couldn't he have simply built his 8-point, which is a nice point to have?
So the problem here is if you get hit, have you?
Yeah. I think he
Right.
overbuilded. He could have made his 8-point, had fewer blots and almost as many builders, but also had his 8-point.
I think there he definitely missed a double from the bar.
Well, for sure. I think
yeah.
What we don't know is what's in his head. Did he take a roll last turn because he thought he was too good?
Right.
He rolled so fast after he got hit that he probably didn't think he was too good.
Right.
Now here again, this is surely too good.
Yeah. This is definitely too good. I'm not sure what he's thinking.
No,
I don't know if he's thinking about the cube or just rolling or what's going on.
This is particularly when you've got this lag time, which we didn't have in the early days of using clocks. Every roll is a new cube decision's a real thing. So
yeah,
rather than just roll instantly, take your 10 seconds and think about the cube.
Yeah. I always like to think, is it too good? Is it my opponent's problem? Is it not good enough? Like there can be 4 different decisions on every.
Ball should be spinning in your head, sort of every roll.
Yeah. No, for sure. You want to step up at the back so you have 6s and 4s to get out just in case you do get stuck.
I watched a game somewhere recently. It might have been an online game where there was a blitz like this going on, and the attacker, I don't know if forgot about or wasn't concerned about his back checker, and then a double fours did him in. All of a sudden, he's run past the point he needs, and the game turned around, and it was sort of an accidental loss just for not protecting against disaster.
Yeah.
Now he can stand a double 5s here.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to worry about it.
Make
Now
sure
we
you
got
don't-
almost a certain gammon unless you get hit, and some backgammon chances.
Outside chance at a backgammon. It is rather unlikely, but it is possible.
We can root for it.
I think 6% if you have perfect spares, so like maybe 5% here.
Now, do you play totally safe or leave the spare on the 5?
I like to play as safe as I possibly can. I think that involves just clearing your 6-point, maybe. This is also pretty safe.
Yeah, safest safe presumably would be clearing the 6. He didn't look at it. I think he's playing a little too fast.
Right. I mean, this is fine. Also, it's not
if
like
you're at backgammon go, maybe you keep the closed board safe.
Yeah. At like a 3-way Crawford, it might be a different story.
Yeah. No one talks about backgammon go, but it exists.
I've been backgammon. I almost got backgammon with a single checker at 3-way Crawford.
Ouch. Now there's some cool fun for the side trying to do the backgammoning, because gammon, winning a single game or a gammon is a minor gain. So sometimes you bearing off fast, you leave an intentional shot because your better chance of backgammoning is to hit back. Some fun stuff can happen.
Yeah, especially if the other side has a blot somewhere on their
and a crunch
in their board. Yeah.
There's probably a bunch of 2-1s and a bunch of double 6s saves this.
Yeah, it is possible in theory, but
take your crossovers and wait. Take your crossovers and wait and see what happens.
In theory, it's probably possible, but it's essentially 0.
All right, so where are we going to be? 2-1?
Double 6.
Yeah, you can now at least you can see the end without too much struggle.
Now it's Jin. No.
Yep,
2-1.
All right, we still got 2-1 going.
Yeah. Okay, now it's Jin.
Years ago in Istanbul, it might have been a bit of money around in the super jackpot or something a million years ago. We got to a position similar to that, and my opponent stood up and shook my hand, conceding, then looked down at the board and says, no, wait a minute, sat back down again. And I rolled the 2-1, and he rolled the doubles, and that was the end of me.
Wow.
Yeah, that was very sad.
That's rough. Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing if he just plays it out and he sort of resigned and then said, no, wait a minute. I think it might have been Doug Mayfield. If he's listening or watching, chime in if he remembers. But he shook my hand and looked down and said, no, wait a minute. I can still do, we sat back down and the 1 in a zillion shot happened.
There was a position where Bill Phipps was in the first round at Cancun, and he, the other guy, he had like an ace point game, and he was losing the match, and the other guy had borne off 14 checkers, and like Bill had some, broken board or whatever, and Bill finally has the shot at the 15th checker, and he missed the ace shot. And his girlfriend is like hugging him, and the guy's like celebrating, and Bill's like, could you just roll it out? It's not Jin.
Yeah.
He rolls double ace.
Oh, he did.
Bill rolls an ace.
Oh, so there was life.
The guy has to sit back down. not only was there money, Bill then went on to win the first round, the match. He then won the match, and then he won the tournament.
Oh, nicely done.
Yeah.
Coming back from more than the dead.
I mean, yeah, that was how he won that tournament. That was a insane way to win. I would
And,
think with the 3-1, normally I make my 5 point if I ever can make the 5 point. But they say the 5 point is the 5 point. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good saying.
That's a new saying, or if they said that in the 70s. But
well, I think they said that at least since then. Was this 6 so clear? I mean, it just seems like no 6 is any good. So you popped out with the 14 point, but other 6s may be worse.
Yeah, you minimize blocks and you get off the point that he wants to make.
When can we double now? Speaking of the cube, hey, at least she's thinking about it.
Now we can double now.
Yeah, at least she's thinking about it. It's
When can we double now? Apparently now.
I mean, this is. I mean, there are some bone-jarring double 5s or 6s that happen here, so you can lose your market.
Have you lost your market already? Probably.
Well, there's a lot of potential, but maybe he's got just enough structure with his 4 point, and the threats of the blitz are just small enough. I don't know. It's got to be close.
Right. 2 point board against 2 point board. Usually it's fake.
I don't think you go blitzing here, do you? Would you make the point?
I mean, I like making the 4 point. There's no. If you do this, 11 numbers hit you. Plus, now you have to follow this up by making your ace and then closing.
I also don't know about that. I think if she's going to do this, she should bring the builder down. Monkeying around the back checker doesn't mean anything.
I think making the 4 is definitely the right play.
Yeah, so do I.
You can win a blitz that way, or you can win a priming game if you just make the 5 point next.
Right.
This can at least cover the block.
Yeah, no, but what's plan B?
Plan B is win the race, but plan A is close them out. Plan B is win the race.
Yeah, and I think this is just, do you hit it all? Hit if you can? You hit them both?
Cannot hit on the deuce point, but you can hit on the 5 point.
All right, you can't hit them both. All right, so yeah, maybe just 13 to 5.
Yep. I don't see anything else that makes any sense.
That's a good roll.
Yeah, 6 was up.
That's a good roll. This can turn around fast.
Yeah.
Too big. You come in with a 1, you can't play the 5. You come in with a 5, you can't play the 1. That is a 5-1, isn't it?
Is Bob already a favorite to win the game? I think so.
I don't know. Maybe it's right to actually hit here.
That's one from your lecture, but I think it's too much here.
Okay.
I think you play 9. I think you play 9 to 8.
I mean,
I hate
yeah.
9. This is also reasonable, but
well, you get to say you're duplicating 3s all over the place.
Right. I mean, at least you're not breaking a point, but it is a lot of.
We get the wrong bishop here.
You can hit. It is legal to hit.
It may be right.
Yeah, I mean,
plan B is what? Make the 9 point? I mean, I don't.
At least put him on the bar while he has a block, or while she has a block.
Yeah.
She has a block.
Boy, one good roll, bad roll, and this thing just goes to heck. Either way.
Yeah. That's a pretty good roll.
That's a good roll. That's a very good roll.
Yeah.
Didn't hit.
Point board.
She's secure.
She's secure in her. Ooh, comes up. Maybe.
Maybe.
Feels like coming up just gives more targets.
Yeah.
And you're probably gonna escape that checker anyway. So.
And this does nothing.
This is nothing. You could
Break the
kill a
mid.
checker. No, yeah, break the mid. You leave, a few shots, but if you get missed, maybe you have builders to make the bar point
And
or the
is it
4
really,
point.
is breaking the mid, is burying the checker really a viable play?
I mean, it is safe, but like, man, killing a checker in next roll, you have to move also. So, yeah, this just breaks the blocking point. You don't really want to do that, and you're leaving the shots
Well,
anyway.
it was a tough play.
Yeah, wasn't a good roll by any means.
Okay, now let's
This is
see
a good roll.
if we think about when do we, now we at least think
Um,
about what's the race and when do we redouble? Are we
so
even
April
ahead?
is winning. April is winning the race.
Yeah, okay,
Blue
so
April is definitely winning the race.
if she's
So
winning it by
Bob
too
is-
much, she's going to get squeezed out.
She could get squeezed at some point, but she has it looks like she has at least 2 or 3 rolls to wait for a double, right? She
Yeah,
has the
maybe,
checkers on the 9 point and the
yeah,
7
maybe
point.
3.
Yeah. So I don't think Bob's gonna redouble yet.
No, not yet.
But
Not
if
yet.
if he makes another improvement, like making the bar point, maybe, or if April somehow crashes her board, or if Bob picks up more ground in the race. I guess I can count while they're doing this. April up by 10. April up 14. So Bob is down 14 pips.
Yeah, okay. He sorted that out. Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
Go to the ace or go to the 2?
No shots. Yeah, normally you like to kind of keep away
Surety?
from the ace point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe 6 to 5 would have been a better ace, or even 13 to 12 maybe. $6-4, not a
Well,
good
that's
roll.
no good. That's yuck. That's yuck. What round is this? The first round or second round? Where are we?
We're in the third round. They're both
third round.
Yeah, they're both 2-0. So the winner will become 3-0. The loser will go to 2-1.
Okay, this is one of those 3 losses or 2
Is it ever
loss
coming
things.
out with a 5 here? He has 2 blots. You have a 5-point board. You're ahead in the race.
It might have been a good plan.
Yeah. I mean, what's your plan this way? You're gonna have to come out next roll or crash your board. Seemed like might have been a big mistake not to come out with a 5.
Well, what about now?
Well, now you can do it, but he has 1 blot instead of 2, and you have a blot also. But I guess you probably should still do it.
Yeah, I mean, you come out and keep going, I presume. You don't come out and make the point. Or maybe you do.
Coming out and making the point has a lot to be said for it.
It does, because you've made the point.
Yeah, like it's hard to... I kind of like making the point. He has to roll 6-2, 6-5, double 2.
Well, look, she's looking at both plays. Kudos to her. We haven't seen enough of that.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure. Crunching just seems to lead to trouble.
Right. If she had come out last roll, this would have been much better, but at least she's doing it here, so he can hit, but...
Well, he can hit in the outfield, or he can cover and hit in the infield.
Right, you can hit and make a 5-point board, which I think normally I would like to make a 5-point board. Decides to redouble. This probably a drop, right?
It's
I mean, his 2-1.
There's more play here than it looks like.
Yeah, his 2-1 was. I mean, you had to make the deuce point with the 2-1. But
yeah, I think so too. But again, it's taking a little more time would have helped all around.
Right.
This is scary.
Can you take this one? I mean, okay, so if he covers the deuce point, you're practically dead. but there's not that many covers. Maybe half the rules don't.
Yeah, and then there's a whole lot of checkers to bring home, and the race isn't dead.
The race is not
I
dead.
mean, what is the actual race, Mr. Fast Counter? 43, 48,
It looks
and
like it's
22,
close.
70 plus whatever the one on the bar is. So
Yeah.
call it 94. Does that sound right? 36, 46, 56, 66, 76, 84, 86, 88? He's 6 pips off?
I mean, that sounds reasonable to me. You could get gammon. You could also win a gammon. And Bob is redoubling to 4, and he's leading in the match. So
Yeah, we were starting to talk ourselves into taking this thing. It's certainly close.
I mean, right. I I'm not so sure I would drop this one. Not so good, but even if you roll a 3, you're happy you took.
Now, how much is the safe 6 right? It was
not
just played.
sure about that one. Not sure about that one. More safety.
Yeah, if the longer your opponent stays out, then what the heck?
I think it was a good take, but it's not working out for her.
No, I'm pleased that she thought about it long enough and took it, whatever, whether it was or wasn't, you know.
Yeah. I mean, even in these like very bad variations where you fan forever and he finally closed you out, he's still an underdog to gammon you, and I mean, you know, it is what it is.
Let's see. Well, gammon here, and what's our match score become?
It becomes 10-1.
Yes. Oh, that would be sort of sad. What do they? I guess everybody is off playing. They can't break a match to put it on the stream or whatever, so we sort of end up done. That would be boring.
Yeah. Well, you know, we could play. We could get on Galaxy and play a match.
Yes, something like that. When are you coming out in the real world?
The real world?
Yeah, anywhere. You mean to play? You got a tournament on your calendar?
I will almost certainly go to New Orleans. I might go to Chicago or Michigan, or maybe some other tournament. But I think almost certainly New Orleans in September and Vegas in October.
Okay.
Uh,
I got a reservation to be in New Orleans, so I'll probably be there.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it looks like we're saving the gammon. I'll be at the UK Open in a few weeks in England. See all
nice.
The people all the people who talk funny and play with them.
Mm-hmm. That'll be cool.
I've got a run going in their mega jackpots in the UK Backgammon Federation. I've won 11 matches in a row in mega jackpots.
Nice.
One final we didn't play because we sort of ran out of time because I had to get out of there. So we split the money and quit. So that doesn't really count as winning. That counts as co-winning. And then the other 2, I just won all my matches, and that was that. I may not play this year just so I don't break my streak.
I played in some local club tournaments a long time ago, and I got to 19 wins in a row twice, but I never made it to 20.
There you go. I think that
20 is hard, you know.
19 in a row is very hard. I got into the teens, you know, playing Galaxy matches. I think I've done that a couple of times, but that's It's
Yeah.
sometimes not really backgammon, you know.
Yeah. All right, so Bob's leading 3 away, 8 away. Not a bad position to be in, running away with the points. You like to split when you're leading and you're stripping the midpoint. I mean, you like to split anyway when you're stripping the midpoint, but especially when you're leading. April, I'm not sure if she should split here. I kind of like unstacking, given
Yeah.
how far developed Bob is. You don't want to just run into the teeth. You could hit here. You can also
Well, that's
run
sort
by
of the
like
other
running.
play.
Where are you?
One or the other.
Yeah, is certainly reasonable to run. But I mean, this is not the game you wanted, and kind of why you don't really like to split if you're April. You wanna build something before you start running away.
Well, she's done.
She's done well.
Okay. Yeah. She's done okay.
Now she's pretty happy. She's gained ground in the race.
I think he should just smack her back, shouldn't he?
Yeah. I mean, the score kind of inclines you not to, but the giant stack on the 6 point, the position just says, hey, that has to move somewhere. So.
What do Litzenbergers call that setup? The Brontosaurus? It's a good name for it.
I like that. Yeah, no, it's a good one.
Nice idea. It doesn't quite reach.
Oh, he's trying to hit. I would think come out from the back, right?
Yeah, it's a silly. I mean, it's also a silly looking play, but it might be right here.
Oh, you just minimize blots and move the checker that's on your worst point, the ace point, right?
Right. Throw it out there and stir things up.
3s are kind of duplicated to hit and make the 10 point.
I don't
6s
see what
are kind of duplicated to. You could come out to the 16 point, but then you're just playing with a bunch of blots, and I don't know. It seems like you might want an anchor.
Yeah, the anchor. I think I've talked myself into this is fairly clear.
Yeah.
After stewing on it a while.
6 is kind of duplicated.
Well, you can run and play safe and try to play that game.
Yeah, you can run and play safe. You can hit and
not play safe.
I mean, this looks natural. This looks like a natural play to me. You're winning the race, and you have full freedom if you get missed. You are leaving 6-5 plus a 4-3, so it's 15 numbers, but
I like that April's looking at all the choices.
Yeah. You can theoretically make the 4 point, but I think running is probably my preferred option.
I didn't even see making 4 point. Honestly, I didn't. I'm getting old. That might be the right play. Okay. I didn't see it.
It does improve your structure. The only problem is it still leaves this guy back, but 6-1 is not a particularly good hit. And April could possibly just cube from the bar, right? She's down 6-1. She has a 2 point board.
I think
guy's
she
got
should,
4 blots and no anchor.
I think she should. This can all go right quickly.
Yeah.
Well, she may get a chance to double next turn now.
On a fan, it's probably too good. Yeah,
Whoa.
This is too good. This is too good.
For sure. For sure. Stop and think. See, this is...
if you reach for the cube, you can't take it back.
You're dead. You're done. Yeah, stop and think.
You cannot take this one back.
Stop and think. That's one of our old buddy
On the other
Paul
hand,
McGrill's.
who knows? Bob could take, but who's going to take this? Nobody's going to take this, are they? They're not.
Well, he's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. One of the, another one of the many McGrillisms from the very old days when we didn't have XG to tell us in theory what was right or wrong was good players don't squeeze out enough gammons.
Yeah,
they cash weight and going back, to the early days that was absurdly the case. People doubled and passed like every game.
Right.
You know what a gammon was, And oh no, I'm taking my sure point.
Is there a bad roll? There's 5.
There may not be.
Maybe.
Yeah, there may not be.
5-2 is the bad number.
And when you're
Okay.
even away, you want to win an even number of points. That's another way to look at it.
Yeah. I mean,
Unless she thought there was some chance he'd take it.
if it would have doubled from the bar the previous roll, she could have maybe won.
Then
Maybe
she'd
won
be right
4
where
points.
she wanted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I think that's for real. That's not a joke.
Yeah. And I believe the score is now 6-2, right? Not 6-1.
Yes, she got a point, and they didn't.
Yeah. Okay.
They didn't tally it.
Just to keep in mind for the viewers.
Anybody at the
3-1.
tournament is listening.
Reasonably good roll makes a strong point in your board, and 5-1 is probably the worst. You have to leave a double shot or go to the 2-point. I think maybe going 6-5 and leaving the double shot. This one probably not good enough to cube, just because you don't really lose your market even if you hit.
Yeah, that 18 anchor gives them life forever, or near forever.
But now that you've hit, it's starting to get closer. Maybe take one more roll.
I think right on the edge.
Yeah, it's certainly not
Did
crazy.
he just point to the score? He may have just pointed to the score. Yes,
Yeah.
well done. I don't know if somebody clued him in.
6-3 is
a
good gambit. Yeah. Definitely not crazy to double this position. You are on the bar, and he does have an anchor. But I mean,
This can get real good real fast on the good variations.
Yeah. If you roll 5, any fans?
What are the chances you get a pass?
Well,
you
if
gotta
there's a
crank that
chance,
into it.
if there's a chance, you should double for sure.
Yeah, well, you didn't. He took it very quickly.
I think the chances of getting a pass there are low.
Pretty low.
Yeah. But you're probably gonna have to double later in the game anyway. So,
I'd roll a 6. It's my plan.
Yeah, rolling a 6 is a good plan. Executed well.
Now I get in. It's also a good plan.
Yeah, get in and out and avoid hitting. That seems like a good plan to me. I mean, you can hit, but then you expose 4 blots. Probably not what you want to do at a score like this.
No, he should just be happy. Oh my goodness, he's going for it. I don't know.
If the score was reversed, this might be the right idea, possibly, but I don't think you want to do it when you're leading 6-2.
Seems to be getting away with it.
Did get away with the first part at least. The 5-2 is not a particularly good follow-up. But at least you safety and escape one of the back checkers.
You got a blot on your midpoint. You leave it there.
Yeah. You gotta get those guys out.
Yeah. Well, that's convenient. She's plays the ace and then decides what is there. That looks reasonable.
He did get hit on the midpoint, but he's back to having 2 men back, which is what he actually would have had he not escaped. So,
good time to get in.
Generally a good time to get in. You can hit with this roll, and I think you should. You have the stronger board, and you want to win a gammon. So.
Yeah, you can. If you do this, you got to say want to wrestle.
Yeah, wrestle.
Yeah.
You got the stronger board.
The hit
You're
back
down
caused some
6-2.
serious wrestling. What's that? Is that the 9-point?
9-point looks probably
9
correct
point's a
to me.
good point in this position.
I mean, you could think about playing 21-18, but then your 4 is not really doing anything, so I guess just make the 9. Yeah, you don't really have a good 4 if you do this. And, if you make the 9, he doesn't have that many good rolls, just like double ace, double deuce, right? Like, if he comes in and hits, he's exposing a ton of return shots. So
Yeah, it's part of a prime / blockade, and it's aiming at your 3-point. It's an active point.
Yeah, it's a landing spot in the future. It's a
all kinds of
blocking
good
point.
things.
Yeah.
maybe.
Gets off the hits and the jokers, so now there's not really anything really powerful. I think you should probably make the deuce point here. This could give you a better anchor, but you might just end up with the ace point game whether you get hit or not.
Well, look, there's our 9-point builder.
Yeah. If you make the deuce point, you save a lot of gammons just by,
Yeah.
having the deuce point.
Instead of the ace.
Yeah.
But as we may well learn.
Trying to be prescient here.
Ouch.
Ouch. You can remake the 9.
Maybe not a bad plan.
Six has to come out so you don't get stuck behind a potential
Yeah.
nine,
I'm not sure at this point it's
Yeah.
so critical to make the 2 rather than just get your checkers home.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to make the 2, but
Or at least get them out from the 24 point.
yeah. Making the 2 would be great, except it's hard to distribute your builders in a way that will make the 2 point. But, it's still
What do you do this? Do you take,
something you would like to do.
Do you leave the 2-1 and double ones and bring the spare into the 5-point, or do you throw them all around in the outfield and challenge them to break the midpoint to hit the 18-point to hit you?
I'd probably come to the 5-point, but I don't think it's. I don't
deal
think
one
it's
way or
really,
the other.
Yeah, like I wouldn't argue if somebody wanted to do something else. I don't think if he rolls a number that hits from the 18. I mean, I guess he would, just because maybe he's getting gammon even if he doesn't hit.
Yeah.
But you're not exactly winning that game.
No, not exactly. I'll be in St. Louis in June. I don't know. Does that now
nice.
conflict with the Vegas thing? I've lost track of all the schedules.
I don't think it conflicts. I think it's like Denver.
Nearby.
Yeah, Denver, then Vegas, then St. Louis, all in like a 10-day period.
Right, something like that.
So I think it's like immediately after Vegas. So if you want to fly from Vegas to St. Louis, you can just keep playing backgammon, I think.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
I may have my old buddy Mikey Senkowitz with me in St. Louis. I'd like to get him out as often as possible while we still have that treasure to cherish.
Mm-hmm. I think St. Louis will be a great tournament. I mean, I've never been there. I would like to go there. I have a conflict this year, but yeah.
I even won it once.
David Todd, I really like David Todd, and I'm sure he does a great job of running a tournament. So.
Oh, he does. Like I said, this will be at least the 3rd year in a row I've been there.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite a magic trick. Where? Oh my god.
And I believe
die
plans to be there too.
Nowhere to be found. The die might be in St. Louis.
Yeah, there you go. We shipped it off. Lost rather. They've been searching for a die for the whole time. The die died.
Meet me in St. Louis. Okay. All right. You kind of want to play 8 to 6. You don't have a great ace if you do that, but maybe, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, get off the double ace joker.
Yeah, there is a joker. You do want to make your 2-point because,
It'll be hard to bear off without.
eventually.
Whoa! Well,
that will make the 2, I believe.
Plan B looks really, really stupid, so I think he's got to make the 2, doesn't he?
Yeah. She likes priming the checkers on the ace point and preparing for a safer bear off in the future. You don't love putting a 3rd checker on the 2, but you don't have a whole lot of choice. You could play 9 to 3, but 9 to 3 also isn't exactly great either.
Don't know about that 3 there. Is he? Oops. Well, here's a deuce.
Yeah, he will have a deuce to shoot at. Spares are pretty well distributed, though. Can he get off this gammon by just running? Yes, he
Yeah,
can.
yeah, he could.
Yeah.
He could. But these all smooth things with an ace to play. You just get off the back.
Yeah, 6 to 5 is, I mean, for one thing, it's safer, and the other thing is it bears off faster. Once you clear the 6 point, you're just going to be bearing off 2 checkers a lot of the time.
Right.
So, you know, you like being safer and faster.
Here we
So
go.
she's cleared the 6 point, and now every roll will bear off at least 2 checkers. And maybe next roll as well.
It was made as 4 point, which is okay. Now, I think
Yeah.
Don't waste any pips as long as you can make constructive plays with your blots in the outfield.
Yeah, gammon, I think, is pretty close, right? I mean, if it just becomes like a kind of normal racing game, I think it's a pretty close, whether it's going to be a gammon or not. And April has a great distribution of spares, very, very safe. So
Yes.
there's not going to be a shot, at least on this roll and maybe on the next roll as well.
I'll just take one off there.
2-1 is safe, but kind of slow for the gammon.
Well, now what?
I believe 4 to 3 is the right play, I think. I think she made a good play there.
Beware threes of various flavors.
This is not great, but at least it takes a checker off.
And doesn't leave a shot.
And doesn't leave a shot, yeah. It's not nearly as bad as the shot leaving.
Do we run for home?
I think you do. I think gammon is still savable with like normal rolls. So yeah, certainly now gammon should be savable.
I had this exact bear off against Joe Russell at the Cherry Blossom and rolled double ones from April's side. I had to decide how to play it. And it was I think I actually
Maybe
played
take
it
2
wrong.
off.
It was the gammon was pretty likely but not certain, and I actually played safe, and it was pretty clearly wrong when you did all the math.
Yeah, it's hard to get hit here. Although April apparently is trying.
She made a good effort.
yeah. She's trying.
Well, she just repeated.
I don't think you're gonna bear off 2 more checkers and leave a double shot, right?
So we're getting down to.
Oh wait, yeah, she has 1 more to play, right? Yeah. So this is
hit this one. You get all
forced.
3. Hit 1, get 3. Ouch! Got off the backgammon.
Yeah, it's
and
good for the
still
gammon.
Say he's got boxes are better.
Boxes are better. The double deuce is very good for the gammon when you get missed.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's gonna be a tight match now.
Well, it's like tie.
3-point match.
Yeah. It was a 3-point match before anybody knew anything about match equities, or very, very little.
Mm-hmm.
One of dear Paul McGreal's hustles, we'll put hustles in quotes because it's not clear who was hustling who. You know, no one would play him for money, so he'd say, "Okay, I'll spot you 1 point in a 3-point match." That was
interesting.
I was never quite sure who had the better of that. You know.
He had. Was it like a normal match like we play nowadays with like Crawford and No Jacoby and stuff like that?
Normal match like we play nowadays, but you know, this is going back to the 1970s.
Yeah.
And
I occasionally tried spotting like some guy who didn't know how to play backgammon like 2 points in a 9-point match, and it's a big spot. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Paul's theory that 1 point in a 3-point match wasn't very much was a little.
Yeah.
I don't think he realized just how much he was giving up.
Yeah. No, it's a lot. This probably makes the 11 4-point rather than the 7-point. You know, once your opponent has made the 5 point, the 11 point goes up in value, and the 7 point goes way down in value. Right, you're not really priming the checkers on your 5 point by making a 3 point
No,
block
not at
in
all.
front of them.
If you're behind in the race like you are here, I mean, your 11 points a huge asset when you're behind in the race, and it becomes a liability when you're ahead, but only when you get way ahead. And here you're not way ahead, and it's a very good blocking point.
Yeah, 4 point is also like a very good homeboard point. Looks weird to go 8-2. I gotta say, like, I mean, I know I like making the 11 point, but like, it looks so weird to go 8-2. But
So you want to make the fans go wild. You slot the 5 and 4.
11-3 is a reasonable play, but you're not making the 11 points.
Hit on the 4 and don't play the 6.
Yeah, 11 point has a lot of value, but 8-2 is pretty ugly. I'm not sure about this one, but I probably would have made April's play. It looks kind of natural.
Yeah. I just don't touch them. Slot the 9.
Yeah, I think that's the right idea. If you're hitting on a point that you don't really want that badly, and if you slot the 9 and he hits with a 5, at least he has to give up a point that he likes having. So there is some
That checker
concession
she
being
just
made.
hit is sort of right where she wants it.
Right.
You know, it's his plan should be to get that third back checker out of there as soon as possible, and hitting it didn't hurt that plan any.
Yeah.
Her play would have been fun because he'd have the choice to hit with the 5 now, and
right. I mean, he would hit with the 5, but he'd have to give up. He'd have to make a pretty serious concession to do so. A little bit weird that he didn't come.
It's a
nice
play, but it's not legal.
I think you do hit with 3, right? And maybe play the 2 down.
Yeah, I'd play the 2 down.
Yeah,
I mean, you have to try to win, as opposed to just move your checkers and pray.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you do have the 20-point anchor, so you can just kind of turn it into a race, but
put it on the 7 here. Slot them all.
You like making the 2 point. Deuce is not such a good. It's not such a good use of a deuce. I don't know.
Now, what's this? We got all kinds of choices.
Make the 9.
Yeah, I don't think you want to give up the anchor.
9. No, I don't like giving up the anchor. You're outboarded 3-1. You're losing the race. It's not thematic.
Yeah, it seems like this just sort of ends up by default.
Yeah. 6-2, pretty good roll.
It hits if you want to.
Yeah. Yeah, you're playing a mutual holding game, which is basically like a race, and you just picked up 20 pips in a race. So, that's usually good.
Well, here's
could come in on the 5 and hit 6 to 5.
Oh, I like that. I like that. That's a nifty looking play. He didn't even look at.
Right. I mean, if you hit with the 1 and then look for a 5, you're like, well, I don't have a 5.
Right.
And if you go back to the start and you're like, what if I just hit there, and then if they miss, I make a 5 prime.
A little thought along the way of not just, how am I safe or what's happening? Or am I going to build a point? But how am I going to win this?
Yeah.
That's really what you should be thinking. You mean overall, how am I going to win this? And then how does this roll play into that plan?
Yeah.
As opposed to, here's this roll. What do I do with it?
How can I get all my checkers working together, right?
Yeah, that's another way to put it.
I have a 4 prime. Hey, if I could turn that 4 prime into a 5 prime, that's one way to win, right?
Yeah. Well, it's saying the same thing.
Right. No, I mean, I agree with you. I think players should look at how can I win rather than how am I going to move a 6-3 on the just
Yeah, that's the sort of
shuffling checkers around the board.
The theme of the presentation I did at the Cherry Blossom, which will be mostly repeated at the UK Open, was seeing the forest for the trees. You want to look at the whole forest, not just the individual trees.
Yeah. This is a pretty good role for April, controlling the whole outfield. I think April is winning the race, but probably not by enough to double. Well, I mean, even if you
is hard to get
winning
home
the race,
safely. Getting those 11 checkers past the what really
That's
sort of amounts to a phantom 4-5-7 game.
I mean, the five gap is now filled if she makes the 5 point, and it's not very dangerous to leave some indirects, given the state of Bob's board.
Yeah, and if you don't make the 5 point now, when do you? You can just bring your checkers around. They're not going to be safe forever, and making the 5 point naturally may get tricky. I mean, what you could put 3 checkers on the 11 and try to do everything slowly.
Yeah, you can try to block Bob in, but your position's not really particularly set up for blocking because you have 4 checkers on your 3 and 2 point, right? So they're not going to really form a prime. You do like keeping the 9 if he rolls double 5, but I don't think he's running with just a single 5.
Well, there's something
it's possible. It's possible you
for
could.
This play. That spare on the 6 point looks natural,
Right. If you fill in the 5 point and you have the 9 point also, you have a better block maybe. But it's hard to fill in the 5 point, right? At least when you fill in the gap, it's easier to bury your checkers in without creating too much awkwardness.
Here why don't dump that? Just bring the other man down. I mean, he's got 97 blots on the other side of the board.
Yeah. Have we noticed
I don't get that.
No, I agree with you. You gotta look at the entire board, right?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Notice that
how am I going to win as opposed to how am I going to avoid losing? Is one way to put it.
If you just think, hey, in those positions I shouldn't leave a shot, what's safe, right? But if you look at the whole board, you're like, hey, there's 6 blots over there.
Even now, I think this is the 5, and I guess the 1 is to the.
You can play 13 to 12.
Well, is it safer? Or is it the same?
It's only 3 5s and 6 2 versus 3 6 and double 3.
Yeah, okay, so it's one shot safer to do this.
Right. Okay, I think now you probably want to clean up the outfield.
Yeah. Stick the ace on the ace point. Nothing better to do. He's not leaving your full point with 2 checkers anytime soon. Might leave with 1, but not 2.
Right.
How big does your race have to be at this point? Before she doubles.
I don't think she has that much in the race, but let me at least try to count it. These are 24, 36 over there, 36, and then by 8 and 6 and 7, 8, 6, 7 is 21, 15 pips.
What'd you get? 15?
15, yeah. So, I mean,
we may be
for sure now that she's filled in the 5 point and she's up 15 pips, this has got to be probably a market loss, right?
Yeah. He may have
only
gained a few pips, but this looks dead to me.
Yeah, 12. So yeah, I think it's 12 pips if I counted correctly before. But I mean, even if that's correct, and I mean it looks about right to me, then this should just go double pass.
Yeah. And isn't his take point a little high here?
Yeah. You want to pass faster at the score than in a money game. So 24. Yeah. 24,
convenient.
12.
Yeah.
12 pips. At a 0-0 score to 9, it's probably close, right? I think it's close. But that means at this score you should just pass.
The counting's easy. The positions are almost mirror images if you,
Yeah,
as you looked at.
I kind of visualize
Yeah.
the checkers on the 4-point anchor moving forward by double 6, which is
Right,
24
which lands
pips to
them
reach
neatly
the
on the
9 point.
and then you just
And
need to
then the
name
3
those 3
checkers on the
checkers into the
4-point go
4.
back.
Yeah, all done.
Yeah, 12 pips. That's the technique I use to count positions. So it's not anything revolutionary, but if you practice.
No, it's been around so long that that's what I do too. So
Yeah.
I mean, it was maybe 50 years ago, people start coming up with weird counting things. I said, what's wrong with just sticking with comparing? You know?
Right.
It's too stupid to ever learn anything different. I just do it that way.
I have tried a bunch of techniques. I found that comparing is actually the fastest and easiest. So, you know. that
And
was my
laziest.
assessment.
Yeah, I'm the laziest. So that's
Yeah. Good play to make the 5, even at the cost of a direct shot. Sometimes they miss.
well, this is
In
a
fact,
mess.
most of the time they miss. Yeah.
So what are we thinking about cube wise here?
So keep in mind you're leading 7-6.
Yeah, but what a
So
wretched
you're
roll
not trailing
4-3 is.
7-6.
You stack the 8-point with the 3. Is that the best play, or
Yeah.
just leave?
Yeah, the builder on the 9 is a good spot for it because it makes points with a bunch of rolls, and you know, you basically already have all the rolls working to make points just by putting a builder on the 9 point.
Right. Which is a sometimes overlooked massive strength of having a checker on the 9 point.
Yeah,
the
you
opening,
have checkers that
everything
are 1
works.
pip apart, 3 pips apart, 4 pips apart, 5 pips apart, and 2 pips apart, right? So they're
That
pretty
about
much
covers
all
it.
colors. Yeah, I mean, if you roll a 3-2, you know, it doesn't really work very well, but you know,
Everything else.
yeah, 5-1, not so good. But you know, most of the you know, if you make a point that you already own, it's not so good. But most of the time, it's good.
I don't know about that 2 there. She split with a 2, which may be the right play, but she could also have.
It makes some sense. I think it makes sense when you have the board already, because it may be hard for Bob to do everything at once.
Right.
Like, because she split with the 2, now she has daylight with the 6-5.
Well, that was convenient.
Yeah.
We hit him back, yes.
You hit him back. I guess you have to come out if you're Bob. No, you gotta come out.
Yeah, no, this is just, once again, this is playing not to lose
like
as opposed to playing to win.
Yeah. Yeah. If you lose less badly, you don't get a.
Yeah, doesn't count. Doesn't gain you anything. Well,
I guess you have to split.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, you can't wait back there forever. You're not really in it until the end if you hang on to this particular ace point.
Yeah, I mean, maybe April can even like think about cubing at some point. I mean, I think it's getting close.
Yeah, there too was a. How am I going to? This is just playing a checker as opposed to thinking about how am I going to win.
Right. You can bring. So if you're going to break the anchor, I think you have to come out with both, not just one.
That's so often the right play.
Reasonable.
This is reasonable too. I agree, but the popping out with both, it's often right, and you have to see it. You have to at least see it.
So you know. Right, the midpoint is stripped, so like hitting is a serious concession. Is April like close to a cube? It kind of seems like she's getting somewhere.
She hasn't been thinking about it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess she just doesn't want to double at this score. which, you know, there's something to be said for that. But it is hard to win a gammon when the other guy is clearly not going to split off his anchor. If you do this, it's kind of hard to find a 4. This is why coming out with both makes some sense with
whatever it was,
6-5,
2 turns
but
ago or
when
whatever. Yeah.
yeah,
Might have been
when you
right
have
there.
5-4.
You know, I think it, other than just theoretical, that might have been one of those positions where it was right to come out with both.
Yeah. 3-1, not great.
That's a bunch of nothing.
You know, hitting doesn't really gain you anything unless you, yeah, you got to do this.
Hey, look, getting behind Crawford 3 to go is not the end of the world. You don't want to get behind 3 to go, 0 to go.
Yeah. So if you're April and you double, you're killing your gammons, but it's hard to win in a double gammon against an anchor with only 2 checkers back. You know, unless you can hit a 3rd plot somehow. It's very hard to win a gammon.
Do you think this was a double, and it wasn't her problem? It was his.
No, I mean, I think if she doubles, it's just a drop at this point. Like, there's no life left in this position. I mean, maybe you could hit a fly shot, but like, you know, Bob is basically dead, right? So it's no longer really a problem for him. It's more just like a problem for, you know, if he's, yeah. I mean, maybe some people would take, you know, they see that I'm down and I'm going to go down Crawford 3-way and I could just play for the match. So, you know, it's possible some people would take that there. Still looks like a pass if she doubles, I believe. He was happy to make the 4-point, but now he's totally out of timing. So,
well, roll a 2 something.
Yeah, 2 up. You need a 2 up. That's the 2.
Just
can't
handle it.
Yeah.
Now, does he have anything if she
Yeah,
dances?
can Bob ever do anything?
No, he's not even thinking about it.
Now he's gonna be too good now. Now this is too good.
For sure. For sure. My goodness. A 2-1 followed by a 2-5. Nice parlay.
Yeah.
And more 2s yet to come. The trick is bearing off is not going to be as easy as normal.
You know, 3 on the bar. I think it might be not that hard.
Well, yeah, it's just that hole in the 3-point.
It might be harder than it looks.
All right, pre-clear. That's my plan. Okay, get in. Get at least 1 in.
Yeah.
That's a good one to get in.
Okay.
Now, 4 in a row is more than you may think.
I mean,
just can't handle it.
I don't know if this. I don't know if Bob really thinks about the doubling cube. Like if he even notices that there's a cube in play. Because he's basically just rolling without really.
Yeah. I think he's gotten a little bit excited and forgotten about it, or is just thinking about avoiding losing somehow.
Right. Well,
certainly he should be thinking about the cube every roll.
That will not hit.
The wrong bishop. I mean, the wrong parity. They're both on the same 4 thing.
Yeah, you need a knight on a different color or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yes. They're on the right color. They're just needed them 2 apart somewhere.
Okay.
Well, now at least he's thinking.
This. Yeah.
You know, this.
If you double, what is going on?
Well, I'd actually count out the rolls here and see what leaves a shot and what doesn't.
There were certainly some shot leapers, but also you could win a gammon.
No, that looked like a very strong position.
Yeah, it's not obvious that April should take this.
That's what I was about to say. If I counted it out and it looked even close, then I'd double.
Yeah. This one is definitely a pass. Could be too good, but this is for sure going to be a pass.
I don't think you can talk anybody into taking this.
Yeah.
The other one you might have got the taker. You know.
If he has an ace up, is probably close take or pass. If he starts with an ace up. So, you know.
All right, now we got the simplest Simplest cube
Yeah.
decisions, just double.
Will we see an early double at this score?
I'm too dim and old to figure out how the heck I gain by not doubling right away. You know?
Well,
It
I mean,
takes
in the
some-
old days, I don't think anybody doubled right away.
Yeah, some of us did.
Uh-huh.
Thanks in part to there actually was once a young Kit Woolsey, but
Yeah.
he very early on hypothesized you should basically double right away, and one
Yeah.
of his proofs was because if you don't, your opponent will.
Right.
So double.
So there are some positions that are like money beavers where you're like close to, you know, your drop point. You're close to
Right.
33% that you should double, right? Because
not.
if you don't double, your opponent will just double you on the next roll, and then you have to take. And
Well, that's sort of Kit's,
yeah.
you know,
And if
shorthand
you roll a
was if I
market
don't double
loser,
him,
you
he's
would
going to
rather-
double me, and I'm going to have to take. So what the heck?
Right.
You know? I don't know.
If you roll a market-
Somebody may have come up with some sort of theoretical thing that with perfect play, it's, you know, you gain 0.001 if you don't double or whatever, but I never understood it all.
I don't think that there is a theoretically correct way to gain by not doubling. There may be a practical way to gain by not doubling, but in theory, I don't think that's possible. I think you can like mathematically prove that you can't do that.
I guess they took a break at double match point, or what will soon be double match point.
I would
now
say
we want to watch
usual...
for trying to win, like we were talking about before. He's been playing, trying not to lose much too much. And this one you're forced to play, try to win. You know, and often, you know, if you're playing for money or if the score is different, the play that's most likely to get you gammoned often is the play that also gives you the best chance to win. I mean, you have to try to win, even if there's risks of getting gammon involved, because the gammon doesn't cost you anything.
Yeah, I mean, you can make a lot of crazy slotting plays that, you know, I guess maybe people would have done in the old days, but
a lot of us did anyway. So
yeah,
like that 6-2 we had earlier, you know, where you hit on the 3.
Splits.
I don't know, just hit on the 4 and slot the 5. Have fun.
Yeah, that's actually kind of like a reasonable idea when you're at double match point, right? Is to just like, you know, hey, if it works, I'll make a prime. If it doesn't, I'll go into a back game or whatever, or banana split, where like, you know, if I get hit 7 times, you know, losing a backgammon doesn't hurt any more than losing a single game. So
you didn't think of all the fun you have. There's got to be some element of fun to playing the silly game. I mean, there certainly is for me now. I gotta, you know, keep my PR in the 5s or 6s. Otherwise, I'm not having enough fun.
3-2 down, and April will roll. Rolls a 3-2. I think it. I don't know what you do at the score.
Yeah, well, the score changes it again. The old wives say if he builds, you build. If he splits, you split. But I'm not sure that applies at double match point, or if even applies then.
Yeah, I mean, I know they're very close, where you can split with the 2 and play the 3 down, where you're splitting to a point that he doesn't want to make and has a bunch of duplicated rolls. With double ace, you want to make your 4 point. Right?
Yeah, I was about to say he does all this little stuff, but there was one big fat good thing he could have done.
Yeah, right. The 4 point is way better than trading the 8 for the 7. You're actually making a new point, and you have a broken 4 prime instead of.
But superficially,
so
we finally got a
good double. Yeah,
finally
April
someone got a double in.
One. Yeah, she should still take this one, but it is a good time to double.
Neither one of them appeared to think about it for the first couple of rolls.
Cannot be a pass because Bob is on the bar and the race is close and it's only a 2-point board, and you know he's on the bar, so it's not like you're on the bar.
I'm not sure in all my days of playing backgammon I've ever passed at 2 to go, 2 to go.
I have, but you know, so that's the I think that's the main way that you can gain in practice is somebody just keeps rolling and loses their market, right?
Right.
when it's harder to reach a spot where you like trick them somehow, but it's kind of easy if the people just keep rolling over and over. You can eventually just reach a spot where you pass. Now she kind of wishes she had passed after double six. I mean, that's a monster roll. At
Well, back it
DMT,
up to where it started. He's looking at. He could make his 4-point if he left a checker
no,
back, but this must be right.
no, this is a good play. Double match point. Blitzes go way down in value, and running goes way up in value. And this way you just have full freedom, and yeah, the game is fully in Bob's control.
Now, what about the anchoring here? Is it right to grab that anchor, or should you look for better?
I don't know. Yeah, it's a tricky play. I don't know.
Now can we make our 4-point? Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, we could have made it. We could have had a better anchor, but it's
Yeah.
This at
Would have had
least
a
the two
better anchor.
checkers they can see the outfield, which is worth something. It's actually worth
Right.
a lot.
I mean, she also could have come out with 5-1, by the way. That was also a play. But I think with the blot on the 3-point, maybe not. Or I don't know if she had. I think she was creating the blot on the 3-point with the 5-1. So if she came out, it wouldn't have been there. Double 5 is pretty strong. I mean, very tough from here.
Well, you kind of need. She kind of needs him to roll a bunch of 6s. Leave the 3-point open quickly.
Yeah. No 1-6 jokers here, so just
Yeah.
spread them out
That
like this.
looks prettiest by a mile.
Yep. 6 up is never good. 5 up is also pretty bad. 5-4.
Well, it looks pretty,
so
but it
good.
doesn't make our point.
Yeah. Any 6 or 5 is usually not so good. Double 6, I guess, is the worst.
Should she be killing her 6s there?
Maybe.
And should he be slotting here?
I don't think you slot because getting hit with an ace is very painful. Here, I don't think you kill the 6. I think you make the board as she.
Oh, this is easy. This is easy.
Yeah, this cleans up the very awkward position. Bob was in a little bit of trouble before that double 4, but the double 4 fixed everything. So only bad thing that could happen to him now is rolling a deuce, basically, or 6-5.
Yeah, 6-2, 5-2, 6-5.
Yeah.
Is that on the list?
That's a deuce. That's a 6-2.
Is that on the list?
I think you clear the 5 rather than hit. If you
well,
hit,
the hits gets them out of your hair, but this doesn't clean up.
Yeah. If
the other one cleans up for a long time,
and if you clear the 5, it's super safe.
Wow.
That was a big hit. I mean, he's only got like 1 checker off or something, 2 checkers, 3. I think he's got 3 off. But whatever it is, it's.
You got one off.
She's
how many?
She's
He's still got 14 on.
Oh, he didn't take off with the double 4s. Right.
No, he's still got 14 checkers, at least 14 on the board. There might be one stacked somewhere, so he must have taken one off.
No,
he took the 6
off.
He had to take the 6 off, so the 6 came off.
Took a checker off with the 6
that's
too,
it.
And the double 4, I guess, didn't take anything off.
Well, from dead to near certainty.
Yeah. I think, yeah, I mean, April rates to win. I think she has played this match fairly well. You know, I've been, you know, kind of, yeah, I think she's made good decisions to bring her to this point, and it looks like she's gonna just win this match.
Well, it was close. I mean,
I would like to
what's
clear my
this?
5-point here. Yeah, I mean,
that one
there
checker off
is-
doesn't mean much. This is not a flush board by any means. This is a mess.
yeah, there is some chance you lose the race if he rolls double 6 or double 5, but I think that's less likely than you just leave a shot and get hit with a 6-1 or 5-1 or 4-1, right?
Here we go.
And even if he rolls double 6 or double 5, it's not clear that he could win that race. But in either case, she had a very strong position, and this looks just about Jin. So needs 4 sets, I think.
Yeah, he's got to.
Yeah.
I don't know if that just ended it or not, but it's got to be close.
No, he's got one more chance for 4 sets. That's Jin.
That's insufficient. Yes, because she doesn't. All 2 1s are just fine.
No, this is a Jin game. But you know, you can always practice.
Well, you can't. It's easier to just play it until the other guy has no checkers left. Then you know you're done.
Yep.
Oh, he's got 2 in a row. Two
This
in a
would be
row.
so nice
Oh,
if he had
not
like
quite
2
enough.
clear checkers.
All right, that was fun. Are we sunk for a while? Go do something productive.
Yeah, I think the next round probably starts in an hour and a half, something like that.
Yeah.
Not exactly sure, but I think it's starting, yeah, maybe like an hour or
All right.
something like that.
Thank you.
All right, they got other stuff going on.
Was it a good match?
Yeah, no, that was fun. It was nice to see you, Matt. Thanks everyone out there for listening. Hit all the like buttons and subscribe buttons or whatever you're supposed to do. Be good U.S. Backgammon Federation members. Be patrons. Be major contributors, and keep the streaming going and flood the USBGF with lots of money so they can pay Matt and I more than the cheeseburger we're getting for this. All right. Thanks, everyone. I'm out of here.
Always good time with you, Kent. All right.
All right. Bye, Matt. Bye, everybody else.